If
channel.
everything worked, we should be live right now with the wonkiest co-stream to ever exist in the universe of the UKEL. So hey, I hope it works. I hope we are live somewhere, somehow.
We are indeed live with like a
Yes.
4 FPS version of. Oh, this is great.
This is awesome. Okay, let me double check if we can fix that. I have to see how
Oh
bad it
yes,
is.
we're live.
I have to see how bad it
It's
is.
working. It's pretty okay. The stream is a bit choppy, but I guess that's the thing for today, huh? We're used to choppy little broadcasts.
Oh great, I have a commercial break. If I try to look at it, I
No,
have a
it's
commercial break.
it's working. We're live. Hey Harold,
We are
we are live, and we're going with a bit more of a view party thing that
Yeah.
we have going on. You know, we know that you guys were looking at the UKEL too. That's what we're looking at as well. But we're trying to give you a quick little coverage on what's going on through this finals due to some unforeseen circumstances.
And that's our favorite word of the day. Unforeseen
Oh, yeah.
circumstances. Like I've heard that one before. We've had that.
Oh, man.
We've had that on the universe as well. So unforeseen circumstances seems to be the name of the game for today.
Yeah. Today is just cursed. And by the way, might as well introduce ourselves, right, Mille?
Yeah, of course, you go.
I go, but you're running broadcast.
Oh, I'm running broadcast. Okay, cool. So I'm running broadcast of my MacBook today. Hello, welcome. I'm Mille, and I'm joined
She
with
has a MacBook.
a bunch of spontaneous people. I know, guys. Look, I'm at my parents' house. It doesn't get wonkier than this. But
hey, we're the Wonky Quartets.
Hey.
It couldn't get better than this either.
that's awesome. Love that. Love that for all of us. I love that for all of us. All right.
But still,
Introduce
like Mille was
yourselves,
saying-
guys.
I was okay. Look, I'm EC.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's it.
Go
I thought
on.
you were gonna say
Well,
more.
you introduce yourselves, and she didn't say introduce everybody.
No, I mean,
Alright,
like,
Yourselves.
Hi, I'm Leo or Hyperbubbles.
yay. Okay, come on.
SIM's not even here, I think.
No,
I
no, no.
don't know,
I mean, I am here, but I'm also like trying to look at like everything that's going on currently with like the UCal show and in the Discord and everything. But yeah, hello everyone. My name's SIM. I'm normally a Dutch caster, but today I'm here again. Yippee!
Yippee.
Let's look at some League of Legends, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the final.
Yeah, 100%. And it's in Stoke-on-Trent, which, okay, look, I'm not British, so I've only heard rumors about Stoke-on-Trent, but
Listen,
You know.
I don't know who Stoke is, but he's on trend, and it sounds weird if you look at it from a mile away.
yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, this is the grand finals. It's Belfast Storm versus Broughton Friends.
Yeah, and it's
How
actually
did we get here?
Yeah, I think that's a question I ask myself every single day. Like, I don't know. Like, I think when the last time I was here, we were like, Broad and Friends are actually looking decent. Is this the time where it's actually going to happen? And no one was 100% convinced, but, you were kind of like, maybe this is the time. And now here we are. Here we are. Ain't that crazy?
Here we are.
True.
It is absolutely insane. I mean, I was kind of rooting for 5IQ.
Yeah.
Ever since their miracle run up until this point, but then they kind of got bodied by Broad, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess Broad are going through their redemption story or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to open the storylines on my Discord right now because even though this is a wonky co-streamy type of vibe, we still want to give you something. At least that's what I want to try.
It's just funny that like the moment you tried to open Discord, the entire stream was like, okay, we're kind of struggling right now, but we're back.
We're wonky, but like
We're back with
we're trying.
visuals. Like audio is always fine.
Yeah, sometimes it's more of a podcast.
Exactly.
You just gotta listen and enjoy. Okay, let's see.
How are we doing? Are we doing good on broadcast? Because I'm ready to start talking about some Belfast Storm and their undefeated run up until the grand finals in LAN. And let me tell you something. I don't know if we got to pass that on the main channel. But Belfast Storm are bringing some vibes, to the interview, like pulling the guy aside and be like, "Hey, I'm about to do things to you."
Yeah,
And he's about to. He wanted to go through. I want to think they're going to go 3-0 here against Broad and Friends. And I don't know if anyone has a different opinion on that. But Belfast Storm, I mean, they're rampaging through the ranks here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I
They
feel
had like
like
a rough start, right?
yeah, like the beginning was a
they
little
they tried to get it done against Absolved, and then Absolved said no. It could also just be like the team playing for the first time with each other again, like in a long time. You just have to try and get used to each other again. Well, Absolved was probably like one step ahead in that regard, but after that, zero losses, just completely going through that playoff stage until they're now in the grand finals. It is funny to see though, because Belfast Storm is in the community a little bit memed for the fact that they are a team that basically claimed that they could never build a full Irish team. Now, and, there was another team that did it, didn't make it to finals. But I guess that also means that sometimes it's just better to just have the better players instead of just looking at, okay, where you're from, we'll make a team out of it.
yeah. Oh, look, we even have the universe in the
We
chat.
even have a universe in here. Let's go.
Look, there are more unforeseen
long time no see.
circumstances.
Yeah,
So
unforeseen
Uh-huh.
circumstance.
Unforeseen circumstance. There's a realm, by the way. There's a parallel universe where we went live on a different channel. But that's a story for another day.
that's a story for another day. Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting because for me, Broad have been a team that I just personally I really enjoy watching them because I also feel like their fan base, like their entire way of interacting on social media, like it catches me. It's something that I enjoy. Oh, we have someone new. Hello.
Introduce yourselves like the rest
Introduce
of
yourselves.
us.
Like welcome
Yes,
to the
make
group.
yourself known.
Yes, the introduction part. Hello, I am Harold. I am also a caster here, and thought I'd join in a little bit of bands, a little bit of final watching.
I love it.
Mm.
You know, I love the fact that we're all just vibing over here while they are in Stoke-on-Trent working really hard to give you guys a good show while we're just hanging out. But
Oh, we have
we are
draft
having
in
picks
stream.
and bets. Wow. Oh my god. Look, there's even applause coming through for those picks and bets. He hasn't seen a single pick yet, but he's already applauding. I guess the atmosphere has to be great in Stoke.
I mean, with the Broadish in the final, I would expect the atmosphere to be electric in the arena right now.
I mean, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, the Belfast Storm only being able to show 3 members in LAN, happens. I think last
Wait.
time we had a total of 5 players total. So
Where are the bands?
That's true.
Are these the bands?
yeah,
Yeah, these are the bands, I think.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a
I,
beautiful
I,
band.
I was really confused about. I was really confused about the Darius first pick there.
no, those are
No,
bands.
no, this is
At the
bad. This is bad.
bottom.
You're good.
It is-
AC, it is at the bottom that there are the bands. It is.
Right? No, the bands are at the bottom. Oh, and the
AC is a
picture
little
up on
confused.
screen.
AC
Gotcha.
is doing this for the first time. Don't be mad, you know. AC
Come on,
just
he's
doesn't
looking
have
at-
so much. Yeah, he doesn't have that much
AC is
experience.
literally used on being on the desk where normally the draft is being done.
He's
What
helping
do
out
you
the
mean?
band.
Like, is he usually just not looking at the draft?
Listen, I got confused about the B1, B2, B3.
Whoa!
You know, because I thought it was like,
Whoa!
B1
B1
Ivern, bro.
Ivern.
Oh, Ivern is wild, bro.
Oh,
now they
Ivern
call you
is
B1, huh?
wild. Hang on. Let me check if I have something about that in our beautiful notes. Because there is a Discord channel that is called Grand Finals Graphics / Storytelling, and I'm not reading Ivern anywhere. So, huh?
They did play Ivan in one of the games against Intquick, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
swear to God, like I was rewatching the VODs today and I heard like Ivan sound effect somewhere.
Oh,
so
God.
there had to be an
Hey, we got the
Ivan.
crowd.
That sounds like my worst nightmare, by the way. Like, Ivern sound effects? Mm-mm. That's worse than
I know
Karthus.
that Ivern has been a choice, like a very prominent choice, especially in these early drafts where we want to
Yeah.
save picks for the later drafts. And Ivern has been actually
Intquick
surprisingly
played
good
Ivern.
considering how slow early games can go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but at the same time on Ivern, you can really accelerate an early game if you play around 1 or 2 lanes with like decent follow up on the root caller. And the answer coming through from Belfast Storm is like it's the one jungler they never had this split because Roulette I think played it once and like hard carried. So yeah, Viego time.
I mean, I get it. Viego is, I think with the carry potential it brings once you hit your resets, it's like a really really good choice.
Oh,
Especially because people are
Wait.
still struggling with Varus.
Okay.
It is getting interesting. But
It's going full
look,
comfort.
Yeah.
Little Pants, Alistair has been a thing. So
Yeah, this is Zeta
Right.
Alistair.
That's why I'm like,
Yes, is that out?
Let's cuddle.
like both of them have been playing it. I have a graphic here that they might show on stream. Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. But it's like the head-to-head records. Both of them really enjoy playing this champion, and that's why it's like a very very contested pick. Even though overall, I think Zeta has the better numbers if we look at the head-to-head, but it's not that big of a difference. So I like it. I
think
like
the
that this
most-
is a contested pick even in game one.
I think the big thing here Broad are going for, in my opinion, it's more game one. We don't care if we win or lose. We are going to take away as many picks as we can.
Yeah.
We are going to attack the shared champion pool, and we're just going to say, okay, we get to game four. What's your answer? What's like your options? But
Yeah.
I don't think like the only one I am kind of worried about in terms of champ pool is Limsey.
Mhm.
Everybody else, I'm not really truly worried about them having their champion pool completely pinched. So,
Yeah.
but R5 coming in for Raider. Oh boy.
I mean, Limsey is known to also play a whole lot of Azir, which is one of the reasons why it's of course banned. And his champion pool, you said it is like very slim. So I'm a little, yeah, worried. But at the same time, I feel like Silas might not be the worst option.
There's no way.
Silas has some insane ultimates already to steal on the other side. Like,
Yeah, and by the way, there is a world where this is a Silas jungle with a Viego top.
Oh my. Okay.
don't know
That's
the
what
thing.
Now
happened.
you're cooking.
I don't know what to think about this world.
I appreciate
Because
the-
look at the Gragas.
I appreciate the angle. At the same time,
Greg
that
is
is
support.
Roulette Raider. That is
Mhm.
Roulette and Raider, and Roulette I don't think will relent to the Viego. But
I mean,
You know,
if we look at it, champion pools, Raider is definitely known for something like Darius, Mundo, Gnar, Fiora, Nasus. Like, it would be very out of pocket for him to play a carry-oriented pick like that.
I like how I got everybody talking about it, even though it was complete just out of pocket speech out of me. But I'm
You know,
glad
you
you're
did
feeding
that.
into it.
Are you
Yeah.
telling me Mundo isn't a carry champion?
I've-
And
look.
Darius isn't a carry champion?
Where
Like-
where I come from in
There's
acting,
Snowball.
where I come from in acting, when someone starts an improv, you always have to say yes. You're not allowed to say no. So I'm just going with your improv, okay? I'm just like,
I love that.
you know?
Yeah, you
Yes,
have to do
and.
the yes and.
Exactly, yes, and.
We're
All the
all on the same
time.
page. I like it.
Interesting.
And so much for the last pick for Raider, by the way.
Oof.
there could
Yeah.
be Gragas support. It is.
Don't-
a pretty
we're
decent
done feeding
answer
into that.
Alistair.
We're not feeding into that anymore. I'm gonna go with the no.
You're
here.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, no,
wait.
you were right. Yes and.
What?
Yes, and okay.
I'm
Hold up.
Oh, I've seen. Okay, look, I've seen a Gragas support in Prime League once, and it was so bad. I wish I would have not witnessed it. Like, it was so horrendous.
Once
That-
again, makes
no.
sense, right? Because
does.
they also want to do the same thing that Brother Friends was doing. Because Akkers is known for playing Gragas. So what do now? You pick Gragas away, and now he has even less champions to play further down the rest of the tourney. So it makes complete sense.
Yeah,
I
fair,
hear
fair.
you, but at the same time, it is Ackers, the attackers. He's only
Attack.
sacrificing. He's only sacrificing this game for a Scion because he knows the team has picked the funky picks. But I trust in Captain Ackers.
Crazy.
I think like the most funny flex here would have been if it was Gragas support with Varus top into the Scion with like the on-hit Varus kind of thing, because Murren of course also played the top in a couple of times into tanks, and then you just pick another AD carry. Basically the same thing that Int Quick did in semifinals, but they didn't win
Alright,
against Drop when
SIM.
they did that.
Get back into strength, Fast. Come on.
No!
You're going-
Okay, okay.
you're going back into that one.
Hang on.
Come on,
Hang on.
buddy.
Okay, we're going
you.
for a little bit of a professional approach here for a second, because I wanted to know, who do you think won draft? Because I think both of these drafts are very UKEL, like just from the overall chaos that, comes through a little bit here and there. Who won draft?
What do you mean who won draft? That's so unfair. Okay, we won draft.
Can I say both team lost draft?
Yes, you guys clearly won draft. We got a lot. I mean, SIM hit the nail on the head. We got a lot of picks out of the table. A lot of these players have smaller pools, or at least a pool that's reliable enough. And a lot of picks were thrown out into the wind, maybe not because you're proficient on it, but because you're trying to limit your opponent's pool, which I think is a really interesting approach to draft. But I wonder how long it'll last.
To just send a letter to Riot Games, like, dear Riot Games, look at what the format of Fearless has done to your drafting. Like, people are just drafting all over the place, trying to do different strats at the same time, trying to limit enemy pool, trying to make, like, cook something out of it themselves. What are we watching every series game one if this is the future we're waiting for? And
Why did
hopefully
they
we'll finally
draft
get a
Eric
response at
Top?
one time.
Are you sure you want to go back to 5 games in a row of Oriana Victor mid lane matchup?
Oh, bro, no. I no. Oh, look at them. Oh, that's cute. I love how people always
tried
think
to-
that Bloxer is seated, but this is actually Bloxer standing up.
Jesus Christ!
Are we already flaming blocks?
I'm always flaming Bloxer. What do you mean?
First time I work with Bloxer, I go up to him and say, dude, you sound like British Michael Reeves. And that
Oh,
thing
no.
rolled. Because he does sound like, he looks like British Michael Reeves. Look at him.
He hasn't done
Definitely
the
stuck.
He hasn't done the Mario hat yet and said "Mamma mia" after dropping a cake, so we will never know, I guess.
Oh, Jesus. No, but I love it. Also,
him.
a big shout out to Temporal, who's not only casting this, but was also trying to find a way to fix the audio issues while being there on site, while prepping for the cast. So, huge shout outs to everyone on site trying to find a way to make this work. So
He has no idea what's going on this side. He's
yeah.
only trusting us to hold,
he's
to
like,
hang on to
just
it.
do a co-streamy type of vibe. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Oh.
He's going to watch the
Yeah.
VOD back, and then the moment he gets to delete the VOD, he's like, "Oh my god, what have I done?
Yep.
By game
What did I allow?"
Wait, what? Why do we have to?
Diego,
Yo,
he's already
yeah,
stolen.
What is-
The funniest part is, if this was the other way around with 2 Ivans, it would have made sense because like the Viego has then taken over the Ivan, but now it makes no sense because they're 2 Viegos.
But also, what
You
is
know,
the
for-
plural of Viego? Is it Viegos or Viegi?
Viegos where he pleases.
I like that.
Viegus.
All right. Once again, sorry if everything is a little wonky. I'm trying to work with what we have. I can try to fix it in between games. I'm sure they will throw to a break at some point, and then we can try to maybe fix the FPS issues that we are having on the stream right now. But yeah, this is
No.
what we have for the time being, and we're trying to keep it alive. Okay, we're just trying to keep it alive.
Due to unforeseen circumstances.
Bro, if I hear that one more time today, I might lose my mind.
Imagine.
But from what, like, going into a little bit of the game analysis, we have seen this type of comp from Belfast Storm tried by literally every other team in UKL that has a top laner who thinks they can carry, and fail miserably.
Mm-hmm.
So, but Belfast Storm have been the one team that have actually kind of pulled it off. So I wonder if it is like just going to be a kind of a skill diff. But Broad have been ramping up.
They have, but it's not. I don't think it's on the same level as Belfast Storm. It just feels like they're on a different level compared to the rest of the competition. So much so, if you look at the feats of warfare, Broad actually start with the 3 kills already in hand to give him a little bit of a handicap.
Oh my god. Are we really going to take out, or like going to
Oh,
call
no.
out every single thing that's going
No,
on
I'm
behind the
not, I'm
scene?
not, I'm
Because
not.
then we're going to have a really long
Listen,
watch party.
AC is working. He's doing his best to make sure he's not working here this next year.
Yeah.
Listen.
Trying
The
hard to
truth
get
be told,
fired.
Belfast Storm have been looking on a completely different level compared to the rest of the competition. They had a little bit of an upset against Absolved. It was unexpected, and it started a little bit of a narrative where Belfast Storm have or would be faltering this split, but they immediately turned it around. And Belfast Storm have been looking like the most dominant squad, all things considered.
I mean, looking at the game now, do we have predictions that we want to make?
I think the Broad will win up until 20 minutes, and then they will lose.
Look, my thing is, I said if Broad make it to finals, I will go to Stoke-on-Trent,
What's
which
happening on
we
top?
all know that's not happening. I'm not in Stoke-on-Trent. But I did order a Broad jersey, so it would feel wrong to now not
Yo.
root for them.
Hey, me too.
right?
fair, that's
Like
fair.
I feel like I would be cheating if I was now to not believe in Broad. I owe it to them. So
For how many games?
ask me after game 1.
To be honest, last finals,
Oh my goodness, Little Pants. He completely denied Zeta's headbutt pulverize combo.
yeah, that's the point of the Gragas into.
I didn't think it was that dynamic. Little Pants, I love
Well, cool that is the point of the pick. You still have to like execute it properly. There's a lot of people that
Exactly.
will say like, "Oh yeah, I'll just pick Trundle so I can cancel Tristana dash," and then Tristana uses W, and then the Trundle pillar does absolutely nothing because the timing is off, and now you're like, my counter pick was completely useless. Like, at least Little Pants knows what he's doing.
Fair.
Well, I would expect him to know what he's doing. He's a semi-professional.
Yeah, it is a finals, but even in finals, you sometimes see like a Nautilus flash into a wall or something. Not like that would ever happen here. Maybe in the Benelux, but
Also, by the way, to everyone in chat who thinks this looks a little wonky, you haven't seen the clean feed we got from Game Changers, okay? This is exactly what we're working
oh
with.
my god, oh my god, we're going to flame other productions as well. This is the best.
Jesus.
No.
Actually, speaking of, I think it's a debuff that you got the jersey from Broad and Friends now.
Oh,
Because you have
God.
the SK.
Oh no! Why you gotta
So-
call me out like that? Okay, look,
Oh,
I was
no.
wearing SK merch for Game Changers today, and SK lost. So
If you are if you are an esports organization that wants to win, do not send your jersey to Mila.
facts,
Exactly.
facts.
So do we then, or do we not ask G2 to send merch into Miele?
No, please don't. Please.
I mean,
Okay,
I
okay.
I
Yeah.
hate to disappoint you, but I already have G2 merch, so
Ah,
that ship has sailed a long time
Okay,
ago.
So what enemy team should do is buy a jersey of their opponent and send
and
it to
send it to Miele. Yeah.
Bro, this is getting out of hand. Okay, like focus on the game, guys. Focus on the game.
It's 0-0. There hasn't been any objectives made. I mean, you're getting plates threatened by a Scion into a Yorick, where you would expect Yorick to be dominating the matchup, but it's not happening.
Yeah,
it's
he
always
doesn't
nice-
have ult yet. Oh, speaking now he does. Never mind. Now it's time.
And then
He
we
doesn't
were
have
doing
mana
like
to pull
funny
out the maiden.
things.
That's the thing.
I mean,
But considering the
this
way that
matchup is
Yorick
a-
works, like
This
I'd
matchup is
expect
a
Yorick to
lot.
be winning from an earlier stage.
Well, Raider tried level 1, lost horribly, and then for some reason still managed to force Akker's Flash in a random dive. So yeah.
Oh, Limsey's alive. That was nice. He stole the perfect execution to
He's
get
still
skedaddle out of there.
Flashed without using the recast. Okay.
Oh, so
because
far.
then
Was
it
that not the
like
recast?
no, that was
He did
fast.
use it later.
I think it was like you need to because there is a slight delay before you can recast R2. So
Yeah.
Okay.
thought
I
he
guess
was
so.
gonna get- I think he was just gonna get executed if he didn't flash. So
Well, Papa's going to try and solo Dragon as an Ivan without Daisy,
And
which is
without
also
setup.
kind of a.
It's just a blind dragon. This is kind of in the same level of danger as just pulling an Otacon where the whole team is alive. But somehow they're making it work.
Yeah, they're
I've
looking
never
for
seen
a first
Otacon
blood.
going wrong.
Going over to Spark here as they are now looking to maybe continue to Drake. No, they're going to let it reset.
No, they don't want that.
They're
No, they
scared.
don't
Yeah,
want
no,
that
it's
kind of
fine. Yeah, no, it's good.
Now
Bob
that
wants
they
to
have
be
a
level
numerical
6.
advantage, they don't want to risk the 50-50.
I seem
They
to be
let
slightly
Yorick
ahead.
proc one demolish, it's over.
You know what I always think is hilarious when you see Maiden and you don't necessarily always actually see what she's doing, and it looks like she's just standing there looking at the enemy, and you're like, "Girl,
Menacingly.
you there?"
I
Like,
I hate the interaction with the maiden. That normally, if you die as Yorick, the maiden slowly dies until you basically can recast it again when you're
Yeah.
alive, or at least then you get the cooldown. If you're playing against Mordekaiser, however, and Maiden is in the other realm, and she does not see you as Yorick get killed in the other realm, then she's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here until he respawns,
yeah.
I think they
and
fixed
no
that
one can
as well.
stop me."
I think they fixed that. If you
I've seen it a couple times still. So unless they literally fix it this patch, it should still be in, and it's really obnoxious to play into.
Yeah, I mean, like I have a pet peeve with Yorick. I think ever since his rework, you basically can't pick a bruiser into it that isn't Jax, basically, because Like,
Irelia.
well, you can pick Aurelia, but playing Aurelia is like pain. You get arthritis or something.
What do you mean? All I need to do is get a Vamp Scepter, and now you're good to go.
Yeah, but then you have to still press Q 15 times.
Yeah, and auto attack and have your passive.
Yeah,
Easy
and
enough.
play League of Legends and stuff.
Play
Yeah,
League
it's
of
not
Legends,
worth
why
it.
would I?
Listen, I am
Who
a
does
sucker
that?
for complicated game mechanics. I main
Oh,
Jace and
fine.
Gangplank, but like,
Complicate this, says Akers to Fuyu as he dives.
Oh.
That was the Ak attack right there.
the Yak Assault, hell yeah.
But they are now
Yakkered
looking
all
to still
over
contest the
the
grubbies
Fuyu.
here. Hang on. Okay, it's a numbers advantage for Brot, so they should be fine as they're looking to commit onto the enemy with the Feat of Warfare being secured now for real. You know, that was just a prediction. That was the
Ooh.
script being leaked at the beginning of the game with the 3 kills already
bad.
going over. And now with Daisy, of course, they're having an easy time to pick up the grubbies, which, I mean, good for them. It's still within the first 20 minutes, which was, I think, Harold, right? You said that? 20 minutes?
Yeah, the first 20 minutes, Broad will win, and then they will start somehow losing. This weird.
Somehow.
I don't think that's possible. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Like they have a
wanna see it.
Scion that's a
wanna see
hyperscaling
that.
tank. You have the Corki as well. You have
Oh,
Ivern that's just going to shield everybody. And I
for
don't.
you, for you. What the hell?
I don't know. I like the setup from Broad.
That
If they manage
barrier
to
was-
keep the tempo up.
That barrier was very like, no, I'm gonna survive. You know, like
The
I've been
barrier
there
was
before.
hoping that you do not get bursted down, and then the enemy is like, wait, but if I just do not use my spells at this particular moment, then I can just wait out the barrier.
He's just standing there menacingly.
Then is what a Scion tends to do from time to time.
Oh no, it's a Silas with Alistar ult. Oh, never mind. He just used it for fun. My bad.
I think it was
shouldn't
running
speak.
It was probably going to time out because you only can
Yeah.
hold it for like 60 seconds. And like yesterday, I was playing a Silas game with friends, and I told them, "Go in, go in. I have Galio ult." And the moment
guys?
they actually go in, my Galio ult timed out.
Guys, I think Pop might be in trouble. He swapped out his smite for exhaust, and until he actually fights someone, he won't be able to switch back to smite.
But
Or
that's fine.
Also, you're Ivern.
They are stepping forward here. At
True.
least. Look at that. There is some damage coming through first reset. And now, well, not much more to get.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Did Spark just flash in place?
no.
There
It
is
looked
a
bit like
possibility.
it, yes.
Maybe max DPM, APM gameplay.
Honestly, when you're sitting there at an offline finals, I would understand that your hands get a bit jittery and you're like, okay, I accidentally fat fingered my flash even though I didn't have to use it. But it also must really hurt to see that back when you're playing a finals and you do things like that.
You could say, but then at the same time, Zeta has played in plenty LAN finals, so this is not his first rodeo. I don't know.
I mean, for Zeta, no, but Spark.
Mm-hmm.
Spark 2, the entirety of the Cabbage Core on the side of Broad, which is Pop, QQR, Spark, and Zeta. They've all
Gang
played
top.
Insomnia
But
finals.
Gang top.
have they played such an important finals like this one? Didn't think so.
Nah, Sunshine Showdown didn't exist.
Yeah. Again, sorry, chat, for the 30 FPS. I know it's wonky, but we can't change it for now. I'm trying to fix it in between games. We'll see if there's something we can do. But if you
If
want
not,
to...
you can still listen to our lovely voices.
Yeah, you can listen to our lovely voices and open the UKL 2 on your second stream. And then be like, you know, getting the podcast with nice
The watch-along
pictures.
type thing.
It's awesome.
So Fuyu's going for the new Varus build, which is really fun to play. If you still want to try it out yourself and you want to play on it Varus, experiment Hexblade. Such a fun item on him. Hey, just rush
You've
it.
been peddling that for weeks now.
Yeah.
I've been silently listening to you peddle that strat for weeks, and every
And
time I see it, it just doesn't work.
No,
Explain yourself.
Well, you say that, but like most of the time, when I said that this is a good build, people would still pivot it into lethality and still win games because, like last week, we saw a lethality Varus in game changers like go really hard, like the AD carry from SK, was that right? So now we finally get an on-hit Varus. He's going for the item, so maybe you can, for the first time in your life, see the strength of experimental Hexblade Varus in person.
In person. Okay.
But what if he built Ginsu and actually dealt damage?
He's going Ginsu's next. Excuse you.
Yeah, but what if he built it first?
It's not like he's just completely ignoring the existence of the item. He's just going for an actual item that also gives his team utility for team fights.
Wait, hold up. Are we 15 seconds in synced? What's your timer on Melee? No, but what's your timer on the Okay, I'm in sync with you. Fair enough.
I'm slightly behind, like 3 seconds behind. Perchance.
Perchance. Let me see. I'll be the judge of that.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's better. It's way better.
I did fix the FPS issues, guys. Okay, so thank me later. It's cool.
Broad, so there's 1 point of fees for each team in terms of monster slaying. I do think Broad want to start team fighting as soon as they can, just because the strength of the Scion does come through when he's being able to play that huge meatball in front of everybody. No, yes, I said meatball, not meat shield. I meant
Wait, what? Okay, 1 second. People are telling me we're 10 seconds behind, so I'm gonna refresh. Okay.
No. It's normal. It's normal because you're broadcasting. You
sure?
broadcast.
Okay. No, fair.
I was about to say
It's normal.
we are rebroadcasting a broadcast. There's no way that we can have zero delay on
What
that.
if someone rebroadcasts the broadcast we're rebroadcasting as we see another
Then we're
team
25
fight
seconds
happening?
behind.
And
there's a big team fight going on.
they're actually dealing
Belfast.
sometimes. Redemption? Is that
It is redemption
Ivern.
coming out from Pop.
Redemption
Ivern,
is such a broken item. Like, people have been raving about that item for a while now, it being the most broken item in the game. You can almost every game see at least one person build it. Mostly supports, but it of course also makes sense on Ivern. And we've been witnessing it across the board in all ERLs. Redemption is the thing to do. Like, that's the way to go for everyone. It's crazy.
Actually,
And can you believe that this item has been in this broken state for such a long time? And it
Yeah,
took people
and
so
no
long
one
to figure
cared.
out.
Yeah, it's crazy, no? Like, it's ridiculous.
This item was already like borderline this strong, if not like even stronger, when Ingenious Hunter was back in was still in the game. They removed that also because, well, the interaction with Redemption cooldown was kind of insane, and now it's still just a really good item, and people just never used it for some reason. And now that they are using it, it's gonna get nerfed.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be sad about it because I was one of the users before people actually got onto it.
But that's like the same thing with other items as well that they have been
Classic.
working on. They have been working on Hydra a little bit, making that a little less expensive. They have been working on Arc a little bit, adapting that because they were basically saying, look, no one is building these items. We gotta do something about it. And now we can actually see some champions play, build it. Like Arc, for example, is also an option for champions like Varus because it gives you a little smaller cooldown on your ultimate, as we see another fight happening.
Oh.
We've said Varus picking up a kill. However, they are looking to get even more out of this, make it a double. But Spark has to be careful. I think he should be fine. They pick up the turret, but that's going to be traded for the Herald here on top side. And now I think Ackers might be in danger.
It matters very little, considering that the play there for Broad was to actually force the tower so they could get the feats of strength. So now they have the 3 kills plus the first tower. They don't care about the objectives at this point in time. They just want to force fights now because that's what we've established is their key strong suits, right? With the Corki, with the Alistar, you have the Sign as well, and Ivern to keep Corki safe. QQR can eliminate targets, but the rest can just team fight it out.
Let's see. So far, they have been able to at least pick up the turret and the Herald here for this side of, But hang on, I'm confused now. Like, you have they did not use the Herald yet. Okay. They are looking for maybe a Drake in 3.5 minutes. Because I was wondering with them picking up the turret on top side, what if you just go further with actually using the Herald already? Because Ackers was alone.
We've seen the Herald being used in multiple interesting ways these days. Not only to get rid of towers, but also to just bonk into enemies and flank them, or try to make an escape in a bad situation. You can just pilot the Herald out of there. So maybe they just want to hang on onto it for a little bit longer until that dragon spawns. But that's all upon the discretion of what Belfast Storm wants to do with it.
We're also very close to the 20-minute mark, so
2 more minutes.
the air is getting thin for Broad here, if we want to believe.
There's some interesting things happening in the inventories of the players. Like
Hmm.
QQR is going death cap second.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
and
true.
Zeta
mean-
finishes Mikael's first.
Who's gonna tank him though? Like QQR can build into Rabadon's because there's no realistic way that anyone's gonna tank him. I mean, you could guess Little Pans, but
Oh.
that's barely anything. So
There
he's
goes
gonna be
Luigi.
fine in terms of damage.
Oh,
Man
Zeta
loves a snowball.
steals the kill. Man.
Steals, he said. He earned
Zeta
that.
needs it. Zeta needs it so he can buy Redemption as well next to the Mikaels he already completed. So
Yeah, he didn't want to
it's
go
alright,
redemption
it's
first because
alright.
it felt excessive.
Yeah,
Also, redemptions get a debuff on stacking. So
we only need one airstrike, not multiple.
Oh, geez, instant Mikhail's there on the Chains of Corruption from Fuyu.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do with it, right? Because you do
Zeta
not
has
have
two
cleanse.
cleanses for himself.
Yeah.
No, he has two.
He
He has
does.
ultimate.
Like, it's
He has
crazy.
Mikael's and his ult. Oh my
Can't
god.
wait
And now he
for-
saved ult for the next fight. He's doing good.
Yeah, that's actually really smart, and
It's
I think
crazy.
that's actually a way that Broad can survive even after a minute 20, even though Actors is in a bit of danger here again. Manages to pick up the turret though. If he can ult away, which looks like was his plan all along, he should be fine.
Cowards, he yells as he runs backwards.
Wow.
Classic Sion.
Classic Scion. But hey, at least Broad and Friends are actually really, really aggressive with these turret pushes. They already got all the tier 1 turrets, and they're starting to plan out how they're going to get the outer turrets. Belfast have not managed to make a decent play, apart from top lane because Yorick, they haven't managed to make a decent play towards towers. If you look at the map, they're all full HP pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue you're running into with this composition. You spike it around that one item mark, and if you don't capitalize, then you have to wait for 3 to really be champions, I'll be honest. So they're going for that. Okay, this
Something
is
with starting an Atakan when the entire enemy team is alive, but I can't place it. I can't place it.
I hate Atakan.
something,
Like,
something, Intakan, something, something.
yeah, exactly that. Like,
And
100%
it's gonna
that all the
reset.
time.
But it didn't.
I just
After
love that
watching
this
Daisy-
objective has like such a huge magnet on his forehead, and like every team is just pulled towards it. Like they have to do it whenever they can.
This objective has been around for like 1 season. It already has a bigger body count than
the
Baron.
Akali fight.
Oh my god, that looks good though. That looks good for Broad. They're actually dealing some decent damage. Yes, Akers
Well, yeah.
has to go
Split up.
down. Like, it doesn't look too great. He will die in the passive
They're not
animation,
going
but they are
through
going for the
yet?
chase.
Oh, that's too much.
Spark is. Oh, what the? That is. I would be so
Oh.
mad. Limsy with the fancy feet. Can he stay? No, he can't. Okay, no,
No,
never mind.
he
That's, yeah. Was worth a try.
cannot outrun the Corky.
But I think that's the thing, right? If Spark manages to play these fights front to back in the later stages, his damage output is going to be massive.
Yeah. The thing is, Broad and Friends actually got a really, really good engage. That 4-man pulverize was huge from Zeta, but the fact that they were all doing Otacon, they were all getting debuffed. That was a perfect time and place for Broad and Friends to fight. They just needed to be a little bit more in line in what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because Zeta just completely disregarded the rest of the squad. The call would have been, hey, we can do Otacon here. But he kept chasing them. The rest of the squad went after the Silas overall.
He said, "I'm going," and he went. But second
enough.
Drake will go in the pockets of Broad. This is going to secure feats for them, I think. Or is
They
it
already,
I think they already have the
they already
feat.
had
Already had
feats for a long time.
for the first trailer? Yeah, they forced the
First
trailer.
tower and 3 kills. Yeah.
Honestly, like Broad are taking this game in control now. We're at 22, and their win conditions are on the table. Because the big issue I had with their composition up until 20 minutes is the fact that if they didn't snowball, they didn't get their 2-item spikes before the enemy team, they would have ran into this lull of damage that meant that maybe Roulette and Raider could have just had free fights. But now,
Also, look at the deficit on mid lane. That's like an almost 40 CS gap in favor of the Akali, and the Akali has like a lot of kill participation. So now with the Rebellions
towers.
completed, that's insane.
Yep.
Towers as well, indeed.
I'm also going back to that Atakan fight. We see the value of having the Sion just be there. He tanked so much damage while the damage
Oh.
dealers were just able to do
Oh,
that.
that's a lot of resources invested to just stop Akers here.
That's like, but that's a classic, right? Like, even if Sion falls behind individually, or like even if he gets caught out, he's going to waste so many people's time, especially if you're in the position of being a Varus here. You don't want to fight into Sion. Like, what are you going to do? It's not going to be damage, so they need that many people to invest time into killing him, and it's crazy, but it works in favor for Brod, I think.
In any
We'll
other
see
day,
the
I would agree.
surprises,
Yeah.
right?
The thing
He's
is,
like-
Broad didn't really do anything with that. They could have threatened or at least prepared Otacon. They could have prepared the next objectives that are coming in, but they just let Akers die and maintain lane assignments.
Well, they tried to rotate to him, at least popped it, and then he got caught by the chains of corruption. So I don't know. It does feel like slightly that Broad are like either playing as a 5-man unit or they're not playing.
The humble Yorick split pushing.
So I also wonder like what the approach for Broad is against the Yorick here, right? Because Yorick wouldn't mind that Sion joins for the team fights, because as long as his team doesn't like go into the team fight themselves, well, they can just stall for time and he can just push the side lane like how you'd normally do with the side lane win condition. But for now, they've been grouping fairly often in position that it wasn't maybe necessarily necessary, and then you could have just had Yorick just do Yorick things.
Yeah. Ooh, QQR.
Yeah, Limsey is having a day.
Limsey, oh.
Zeta tried to steal the kill again.
It's not it.
The question
And
is,
Raider
are they
teleported
throwing
for
it
the
again?
team fight.
Are they throwing it? That's the question. They do have Daisy, but on the other hand, you do have the Maiden. So it's like,
You're on the right timestamp.
Yeah, but I do feel like Daisy is slightly more useful than a Maiden in team fights.
probably, yeah.
I would have preferred Raider on the side lane here, 100%. Just take that bot lane
But the
tower.
Atakan
Like,
is
what are you
not
gonna
going
do
nowhere.
here?
Atakan keeps
No, they're
stalling
taking
a
their
little
sweet time
bit.
to take it down.
Zeta over the wall is kind of looking for something. If he hits something in the tri-bush, like if he flash ults into
Atakan's
tri-bush,
also
that would be
reducing a
insane.
lot of defenses here.
Yep, the
Limsey
debuffs
has
are starting to
TP.
stack.
Oh, this
Zeta's
is
on
not
bridge
looking
now.
good.
Limsey's
Akker's
TP.
already dropping really low. They have stolen the
stolen.
Atakan, but the
Oh,
question
they
is, can they
stole it.
actually win the team fight here? Because they are still trying to buy some time before the
My
side of
God.
Broad and Friends, but it's looking really rough as Akkers has to ult away, and everyone is dropping extremely low. Zeta steps further forward, and we can see Spark kind of getting unleashed, and this is exactly what we need him to do. On this Corki, fire shots out of the backline as Limsey picks up another kill, and now QQR is on the run. It's the double kill for Spark. Now maybe over the wall they can actually look for a little bit more as Pop is stepping further forward, and this is looking really good for Broad. Actually, is the triple kill? Is it the quadra? Nope, it's not. Akkers with the kill steal. Of course. Wow.
That
Did we
went
just
looking
witness?
So good, but not.
This was Broad's plan from the beginning: bait Belfast Storm into a fight and then just win because funny. I'll be honest, I don't know how they won this fight. They looked so
Oh,
grim.
that combo right there is why.
Dude,
The
Spark had
Alistar
a
into
lot of
Scion
space.
knockup.
And
No,
also
Spark
Spark.
had so much space.
Yeah, Spark was not getting attacked for almost the entirety of the fight. Like, he was able to just stand back and fire shots.
QQR escaping with 1 HP and then baiting Raider and Fuyun to take it another fight? Like, Broad is on the fire or something.
Universe, bro, like, if that's Shark, why do you want me and AC to cast a team fight in our own languages? Like,
Portuguese sounds like Russian, dude. You don't want that.
German sounds, well,
Like
German.
We have Leo that can provide some explanation in English, but then everyone just speaks in their own native tongue, and then like it's funny. I don't know.
I mean,
But
who's
also,
going
if
to
you
stop
cast-
us?
Fair. But also, I feel like when you cast League in German, half the time you devolve into some form of like Denglish anyway.
Yeah,
I
100%.
don't feel like it's any different in Dutch.
Yeah, like there are so many words that are just common words that you adapt to your own language. So, I don't know. People are always flaming me for that on Prime League broadcast. That I speak too much English when I cast German, but I'm like, what do you want me to
Say
do?
that.
I'm
They
not.
say that.
I'm not
in the
gonna say.
moment.
I'm not going to say die Vasallen sind erschienen. Like, what the fuck do you want
No,
from
no, but,
me?
like every single time people will tell you that, and then there will be a moment that you translate something English into German that sounds like the most cringe
Yep.
stuff ever. And then they're
Angriffsschadenträger.
like, Why did you do that? Like, you literally asked for it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
you said it was too much English, so I translated, and now it's cringe. What do you want?
Yeah,
Der
it's so
untere
funny.
Straßenturm ist
Oh,
gefallen.
God, stop it. Stop it. Limsey is trying to stop something here, but it didn't quite work out in his favor, so he has to be careful now. He's getting
Trying
caught.
to stop the game.
I
Oh.
love Ivern.
Oh my God.
What a
Oh
great
my God.
champion.
How is he alive?
Acker's passive. Going for the hunt. Come on. Limsey cannot be fast enough. Oh, sad.
Limsey was fast
Yeah.
enough.
Shh,
Lindsay has a dash.
I was trying to motivate Ackers, okay? Don't forget, I'm rooting for Broad.
Okay, Virgil.
I'm just getting motivated. Okay.
Oh, where did Daisy come from?
Whoa, the drifting Daisy, the hell?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
This is when you animation cancel on on Daisy.
You can animation cancel on Ivern? That's crazy tech.
Okay, Broad are at a numbers disadvantage.
How
so...
bored do you have to be to figure that out?
I don't know.
Oh my God, that Akali damage is insane.
But they're all staying in that like same small area.
Yeah, they wanted to be in that tribush, like together, as one. All of
They
them.
wanted to
all-
hold hands.
Let's all hug
Oh!
each other whilst we get pointed down by AoE attacks.
Okay, they're at a huge numbers advantage now. It's a shutdown as
Rocket
well
but
going over
Spark.
to the Viego. Maybe there's another reset. That's another shutdown. Okay, maybe, just maybe, potentially. I mean,
Oh!
did Broad throw it away?
Yes.
That was a team fight that was not meant to happen. Spark had all the space in the world, and he got absolutely bodied once he ran out of bodies in front of him.
But also, Limsey this game has been having some questionable decision making, and then now this team fight, he was just hitting everything.
Yeah, it's the vibes or something. I don't know.
Oh God. I think
Imagine you're Lindsay and you're still relevant in this game, even though you're almost getting Flame Horizon by QQR. Like, that must be a great feeling
I'm
to
not
be
sure.
to have as a Silas.
I'm not sure I want to see that replay. Like, ugh. Like, because until here, everything was fine. Now, I don't understand why Broad want to go for the chase, because you just got Drake. Just reset. You got everything you came for. And then you're doing this.
But fighting equals funny, and funny equals maybe winning the game.
This is also the most UKEL thing to happen. Like, it's also, like, very on brand, but
You mean the silent chase on top lane that we saw like
that
a bit
was
ago,
hilarious, by the way, yeah.
frame by frame? Okay.
Oh.
We actually have seen police chases in UKL before this game has ended.
Oh, there's some Black Cleaver stacking happening on the side of Belfast Storm that I am not a fan of.
Belfast Storm's also only 2k behind now instead of the 6k they were behind earlier.
Yeah,
so
that's uninteresting. I'm more talking about the builds.
yeah, I know.
Two Black Cleavers is still okay. You know, you're helping.
Remember
each other
back in the
stack.
day when we were one champion like Zed and you just bought like 1 million Black Cleavers because the effect stacked? Oh, that was crazy. I love those times.
Yay. Assassins
Brutalizer was the best item.
being, Assassins being meta, yippee.
Okay,
missed
but
those
guys,
times.
hear me out. Anti-heal.
Damn.
Overrated.
That's
Nice
Overrated.
show.
Anti-heal?
that's something.
Nice show.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Question 2. Who's going to apply it consistently?
I would say probably you could buy an Oblivion Orb on the Ivern, and then you're like when you're putting the shield on the Daisy and it's popping, it's
Yeah,
applying.
but, like, I think
You
you
know what's
also
true?
want to buy
Anti-heal. I have something
anti-heal
more
against
egregious.
the Ivern and against the Alistar with the redemptions and such. And then it's like, who on Belfast Storm is going to buy anti-heal?
Listen, no anti-heal for Belfast Storm. Where's their Serpent Fang?
So,
Yes, that was gonna be my next
that's
one.
also a great item.
Where is Roulette Serpent Fang?
This is where Fuyu had to go lethality VARs instead of on hit. Because he could have built Serpent's Fang more easily.
What's stopping him now?
The fact that he wants
Oh,
more
no.
survivability.
Man, that is an annoying little Yorick. I'll tell you that much.
Ak was attacked and now he is dead.
That
He
is
got
not the
Yoricked.
type of Ack attack he was expecting.
I thought we were fighting mid as well, but we're not.
QQR wanted to fight, but then he realized, wait, I can't actually damage them for some odd reason, even though I'm like 4 items in.
There's this really cool item that it's called Void Staff that you could buy, you know?
Oh, dealing a little bit
Oh
of damage
no.
there.
Oh no. Oh no, he's Yorking.
Oh my god, no, they're
Oh.
doing the thing again, aren't they?
He's Yoriking all over the place. He's just gonna shovel him. Yep, it's dead.
Oh my god, okay, so they're actually looking to get Baron here.
It's over. The game is over.
Wait,
the humble
wait.
Yorick is taking down
No,
bot
no,
lane.
no, no, surely
But
that's not gonna
again-
happen. Surely that's not gonna
It's
happen,
over.
right? There is no way Broad are losing this. No!
Incoming trade offer. You get Baron, we get your base.
You don't even get Baron. But Belfast Storm don't care about no Baron.
Wait,
They
wait,
just
wait,
want
but
to
they're
know what's
dying.
gonna
It's a
know.
triple kill for Spark. It's a triple kill for Spark. There's still hope for Broad. If they keep stepping forward, if they manage to buy some time in their own base, because that
attack
Yorick
is
is not
so
dying.
hard.
That's a quadrikill. Go base, make it a penta. Go base, make it a penta, please. Oh my god, Broad is so not
going for
dead.
Baron.
Yes.
Can
Actually,
I
it's
just
running
hold
alive
this?
because
Okay.
Raider is out of mana. They don't want to go for Baron.
Drake
Wait,
can.
they're confused.
They can end the game! The timer!
They can't confuse. They're confused on what to do here.
There's like a million different people also in their heads like making calls and for Baron. We've made the call.
I
I
love
love the muffled screens of the insane.
As soon as Sim gets any hype going in his voice, is like, I have
Yeah,
become
it's-
a poster.
Yeah. It becomes the best like metal wire that you can think of.
Oh
man.
my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. No, this is not looking great. This is not looking great. Even
No.
though Akali damage is actually very decent.
No,
Limsey
it's the Raider special.
is back to being not in a happy place.
Can we kill someone? Thank you.
So if they actually manage to get the strike, it's going to be Soul. And I
Ooh,
think
that's a big soul.
I think this is very, very, very important for Broad because they almost gave their game away, right? They now have Soul.
Yeah.
They now have Baron, which will make it a little easier for them to also get rid of these super minions pouring into their base.
Oh, Spark is full build.
That's what I just wanted to say as well. It's like Spark is full, but though, how much better can it get?
That's the thing. He plateaued. This is as good as it's gonna get. So no more mistakes coming out of Broad, or else it's game. Because right now Spark has a target on his back, and he's dealing a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage being outputted from the Corki. But Belfast have tools to get to him, right?
But then again, Broad have tools to make space for Spark. There's a lot of peel, there's a lot of shielding, healing.
I know.
And there's still no anti-healing or shielding coming through from the side of Belfast, so you know. And now there's also an Ocean Soul on top of everything.
Listen, maybe Boris, ran out of stock and they couldn't afford any.
He didn't go check in the back. That's crazy.
I'm really worried because we've been here before. Broad have been here before. They have been close to enemy base before, but then they kind of did the thing that they sometimes do, where they don't want to win for a second.
Where they run it down for the funnies.
So let's just. I mean, they're pushing into lanes, so that's maybe the good news. They're trying to get
They're
as
pushing
much
in
pressure
3
here
lanes.
as possible. Oh yeah, facts.
No, Akers is joining mid.
Akers now TP, yeah, but they
now
will
he's TP.
definitely pick up at least one inhib here, maybe more.
This should be game. As it looks right now, this should be game. I don't think BSG have the wave or the to actually stop this.
Daisy's dying though.
Daisy versus Maiden. Who wins? Maiden wins. That's crazy. I did not expect this as they're stepping too far forward. Akers again dropping extremely low, but it's enough
Well,
to at
that's
least pick up one
Mikael's used
turret.
on him.
But that's like one turret down. Let's see. Just wait for the waves. Play it safe. You can still play guard the cannon minion at least a little bit.
They can heal up with Ocean Soul. Look at the healing coming through on Akers and the
Yep.
shielding. Like,
They have to go in now.
Yeah, unless
They're
they
going in
find a
now.
fight now, it's not gonna work. One is down. Spark is unstoppable. Spark really having a banger game on his Corky Pig here. 12 kills already. He's looking for some more. It's not going to be the Penta, but maybe at least another Quadra with the triple kill coming through. Broad are actually winning game 1. Sick.
Wow. Okay, I did not expect that actually. After the little throw around the Atacon, after the little throw around the Baron play, I expected BSG to actually pick up the pace. Was not the case. Broad and friends win game 1, and I just lost a lot of channel points.
You
Go on
you
the brode.
gambat on that? Damn. Damn.
Yeah.
Go on the brode.
That is crazy. Maybe I should have invested some channel points because I knew all along, that Broad was going to win, of course. Like, no questions. Was just clear.
Of course. Well, it is now after game 1, so you told us to ask you about your predictions after this game. So,
Yeah, yeah. I'm I'm gonna give them another game. Yeah. I think they
okay.
can win too.
Okay.
Can they win it all? Ask me after game 2. I have to be diplomatic about this because the caster curls is very real. Okay? It's very real. So I'm just gonna take a breath. We could all take a little bit of a breath if you guys want to. There is, of course, a pause screen happening right now. So if you all
10 minutes?
give me
Man.
give
Listen.
give them some,
No, for sure. But
That's great.
listen,
Is this
Belfast
so
Storm just lost their win streak ever since week 1. I don't know. This is big.
That is big. That is big. I wonder what it does to their mental because, like, would you expect them coming into the day being like, easily we win this? Like, does this do stuff to their mental now?
You would expect it to. I mean, there was a lot of pressure over their heads because of them being undefeated and all that, but losing game 1 out of all games, that's just a very, very dangerous land precedent here between these two teams, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I completely get that. I mean, I still think it is only game 1, so you definitely cannot let this get to you too much because otherwise it's doomed. But it's definitely a roughie, especially when, people are always kind of joking about how Broad are known to throw stuff away, like not being the most consistent team, sometimes being a bit wonky. So, yeah, it's definitely got a sting.
Yeah. I think we should go to break, though.
All
Let's,
right.
keep our cats a little bit of company.
Let's take a little bit of a break and then we'll be right back once the action starts again and we can yap about what our analyst desk at the venue looks like and stuff like that. BRB.
They had the whole thing sorted.
Trajan sounds.
They do have other microphones. Only Trajan has sound though.
Yep, and Trajan's microphone is really close to their mouths.
Oh, he was cooking.
I'm turning it down a tiny little bit
Yeah.
so we can see what's going on.
Well.
Very touch and go, but we're getting places.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. We'll keep you guys updated if there's anything we can do, or if it works continuously.
I went for 3-2 Belfast as well. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to
Yeah.
quickly double check with the production what the plan is for that. I'm going to mute this for now because I think it's a little confusing with us talking on top of it as well. But I will try to...
Are you muting us or them?
I'm muting them because their sound is very wonky for the
we're
moment.
in power.
We're in power. They can't do shit.
We're taking over.
Whoa!
I'm just trying to figure out what their plan is because right now their sound quality is also not the greatest. So maybe we can find something. Who do I text? Where do I text them? You know, it's like very hard. Let me see. Great. I love when the people you're trying to reach are suddenly gone offline. But yeah, basically they are probably going to unpack what just happened in the game. And I love how there was a Gamba in chat and then it was resolved and people were like, or like the Gamba was like, no one believed that would happen. And then broad win was hilarious.
Yeah. Yep.
I have nothing to say to that.
Yeah, it was interesting at least. All right.
I would be, you know, gambaying, but unfortunately I'm stuck in the Netherlands where it's not allowed, so
Yeah, good one. Good one. I actually once made, what was it, like 50k channel points on Prime League? Like that was
okay.
great time to be alive back then. But yeah, it's very interesting. Again, we're looking to figure out what the plan is going forward from here because it could be that it's really only the desk having audio and then maybe the casters don't have audio. So we're trying to see if our production in Stoke can give us an update and we'll let you know as soon as we have one. But until then, you're stuck with us. Okay.
I'm eating popcorn.
It says, keep going with it muted until I send the word. Our audio is still sketchy. Well, we have noticed that already.
Mile, don't leak internal comms, Mile. What are you doing? You're gonna make us delete the VOD.
No, why? I just said...
Harder than what we already had to.
I just want it to be, you know, what is it called? Transparent, that one, yes. I just wanted to be transparent with our viewers who have to keep up with whatever it is that we're doing. But you know, I found the way to add break like music, so I'm just happy.
We're just this is actually just a whole big pitch for our next podcast, the Four Nations after you know, overlapping on the Four Nations, something like that. We're still working on the name. But this is our pitch. Yeah, exactly.
Oh God.
After audio mute.
Not another podcast, guys. It's yeah, sure. Why not?
This is our pitch to it.
Yeah,
we're commenting over the games, basically.
I love that. Yeah, I think we could also try to synchronize what they're saying. Like, you know, what is Rory B talking about right now? We can only wonder.
Who's good at lip reading?
Yeah, not me. Especially not in English. Like, what do you mean?
I'm good at reading.
Good.
That's
proud of you. That's awesome.
You're good at reading, and I bet you have lips.
Awesome.
So, you know.
Wait.
Awesome. No, that's great. That's great. Yeah. But anyways,
why aren't you yes-anding? I don't get you.
Yes and.
just 5 minutes ago, you were like, oh no, because I went to improv school and we yes and all of your yes ands goes out the window.
Yeah, well,
I love it.
Yes and.
Yes and
question
let's
mark.
move on.
No, it's more like yes and. Like
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. Let's try to get back to, of course, what's happening in front of us right now. We will keep you updated as we go. If there's a solution for the audio issues on site, we will, keep you up to date. However, for now, what is the expectation for game 2? Because I'm full broad mode, right? They are going to win it all, always.
Okay.
Send Broad to Emir Masters. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. That was the point when Harold left. Harold heard that and he was like, "Yeah, you know what?
Had enough.
No."
No more.
Harold could not.
But
I
yeah,
think it's going to be really interesting and very draft dependent because we were talking about it so much in game 1 about how many of these comfort picks were now taken away. And if we're assuming that this is going to be a longer series, I think the series is going to come down to who has the deepest comfort in their champion pool. Because, I mean, for example, we just now saw last game, there was 4 top lane bans alone. How are we going to continue this trend? Like, at one point, does a role run out? Like, if we do that to ADCs, they have no champions left.
I mean, honestly, I think yes, but at the same time, once you go like really deep into fearless draft, you realize that there's actually 170 champions that you can play. Like, you are never actually running out of champions. You just need to be more creative. But I think top lane is a good question because we've seen Sion, we've seen Gragas, we've seen Yorick, which is all Akker's champions. And then on the other hand, Raider's champion pool hasn't been touched at all. Like, Raider is actually more than okay going into the next game. So it's definitely going to be interesting what Akkers is going to opt for. He still has the Renekton, he still has the Ambassador, like there's still options. But I'm expecting those options to be contested as well.
Wait until they start ripping AD carries into the top lane, and then Hyper Bubbles'
No.
prediction
please.
comes true, and AD carries run out of champions to pick.
Oh,
And it's gonna be
God, no.
amazing.
Oh,
I mean,
Kick up the Vi Quinn top lane. Oh hey,
you
SIM is
always
back.
have mages. You always have mages. What do you mean?
facts.
Always just flex them to the bot lane. Remember this beautiful meta where people would pick Vladimir, Syndra, and Aurelia bot lane?
Oh,
Those
yeah.
were the days.
Syndra APC, also Swain. Remember Swain
Oh yeah,
APC?
the collective meltdown of AD carry players.
Yeah, I was
was
crying
insane back then.
like very loud every
Give
day.
us back Seta Sion.
I was so hydrated during that time, you have no idea.
Ew.
On the tears of AD carries, that was a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I got that, but I didn't want to yes and with that, like I was like,
No, it's
AD
okay.
carry.
You've been denying my yes stands for a while now. I get it.
AD carry mains, by the way, like we don't take them
This
serious
is where
anyway.
I
like,
draw the line. This is where I personally draw the line, guys.
Why? Because you're an AD carry main.
Exactly.
Well, so am I, but I don't take myself serious.
Well,
If you don't take yourself seriously, then nobody will.
yeah.
So that's what's going wrong in life.
Yeah, no, that's wrong with that's what's wrong with AD carry mains, basically.
Ouch.
Oh man.
Yes,
I mean,
and
It is a very fair question. Why would you be an AD carry main when you could be a top lane main?
because I cannot
I have-
play solo lane.
I've asked myself that question multiple times, and every time I have to face that one like insane out of his mind Aatrox OTP like master the 300 LP, and I'm just standing there like my champion pool in top lane is Swain. It's like no, what is this godforsaken role? What am I supposed to do here? How is this fun? I'm being left alone on an island only to get like completely owned by my opponent.
I only played top lane Gragas for a while because I wanted to get the Shushei skin. That was all. That was the only
That's
reason.
valid.
That
That's
was the
valid.
only reason. Apart from that,
Already had the skin.
well, that's yeah, well. But let's talk about champion pools a little bit because we've touched on it in game 1 as well with Limsey. Of course, having maybe potentially the smallest champion pool here because he's played Azir 5 times and then only has 3 other champions that are an option, and he has had a bit of a rough game on the Silas. So,
I feel like what they've
Where
been
do we
doing
go
so far.
from there? You know, like what do we expect to happen?
As far as we've known, Belfast, they've had the shortest run of all the teams because they've won pretty much every single game in a regular season, and then their playoff runs has been 2-0 to welcome to finals. So they've barely had any chance to flex their pool. And what we know from them is just that, oh, hey, they might have a short pool, but we just saw Silas getting pulled out. And who knows? Maybe even he's a proficient Oriana player. And having a set up Oriana, which isn't a hard champion to play in of herself, could be a really, really good catch here for Belfast. Now, yeah, we could be looking at a short champion pool, but I don't think that's how Belfast Storm are going to get too set back here in this series.
Like, wouldn't there always be like those kind of champions that you don't necessarily have to be like super well on to at least perform till a certain point that your team needs it? Like, it's not like you can blind pick champions like Malzahar fairly easily, but if the opportunity presents, it isn't necessarily like the most difficult champion to pilot, and you can still probably make it work like 9 to 10 times when the opponent has already locked their mid lane.
Fair.
Yeah, and especially with the Silas out now, you can start cooking with things like AP Malphite mid, and there's nothing really anyone can do about it. Or
Wait,
yeah,
how
if
does-
everyone plays like the Annie, it's not difficult to play. You just press 2 buttons and they're stunned, and then they're blown up, and they have a teddy bear on their head.
I beg to differ, because the one time I tried to play Annie, it did not go well.
It's okay. That was a jungle gap. Don't worry, it was jungle gap.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, yeah, I didn't get enough ganks. Duh.
Why did you pick any AD carry anyway? Like,
No, I played it on
what-
mid lane. That was the thing. Like,
Okay,
I was
okay,
like,
you did
do
that.
I want to roll swap? And then I decided, you know what? I'm good. I'm actually fine.
This wasn't back in the day when Annie's attack range was equal to that of Caitlyn, and people would just pick her in some random positions.
Ugh.
You're saying that as if it changed too much since back then.
It
It's
changed by
25
25.
units.
Yeah.
It's 25 units shorter. It's still the second highest attack range for Medi Champion.
Uh,
What are you even on about? It's
if
like, oh, it's
we-
not as bad as Caitlyn, but it's
If we
almost as bad.
don't count Tristana scaling passive and Twitch ult, then yeah, I guess it can be problematic. But
Dude,
can
little
still be
girl can throw
outskilled.
petroleum out of her hands at a longer range than what Ash can throw an arrow? Are you kidding me?
Okay, so I'm
And
looking.
he's crazy.
I'm looking at Limsey's champion pool from solo queue right now, and I see 139 Oriana games, and I see 104 Aurora games.
Aurora
Aurora's
also
nice flex.
sounds nasty. Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
Aurora,
incredible
in my opinion,
flex.
there's like certain combinations, especially when we look towards jungle synergy, that it works well with, right? So I feel like Aurora Wukong has been working like a charm with the Between Worlds and the Cyclone going together. And, just stuff like that where you can layer it really nicely. Because initially when Aurora first came out and first got played in pro play, I was kind of like, whatever. Like, I don't care for the champion. I don't see the potential. And then once it was played with the right jungle matchup, it was crazy good. Like, actually crazy. So yeah, let's see what it's going to be as we're going into draft number 2 of the day. Also, just FYI, the bans are, on the bottom of the screen. Just,
Yeah. Listen,
just helping.
it's the R1 B1 got me confused. Okay. But the bans are pretty much the same. Belfast Storm, after losing that first game, decide to stay on the red side, which people have preferred, or teams have preferred red side just to grab 2 power picks as opposed to first pick and have drafts all over the red side accordingly. But so far, bans seem pretty much the same. Azir's not going to see the light of day for Limsey. Jarvan gets taken out alongside Oriana, and this promotes Broad and Friends to hover over Belvath.
We need to not get baited by the hovers, but
But
Belveth would be crazy.
I love
Just,
Bellev. There is a bunch of players in Prime League who are notoriously known for playing Belveth every now and then, and she
Ooh,
is
Syndra.
having a lot of responsibility if she gets picked. But I do like that they are going maybe with a little bit of a safer option here, saying, okay, let's just pick Syndra. It's always a decent way to start out in mid lane. So
But you're blinding Syndra when you have Yunara open, for example.
I feel like
kind of
Yunara
got
has.
nerfed into the ground,
Was it that bad?
unfortunately.
It was
Yeah,
pretty bad.
like her win rate in just solo queue already dropped by like 5 or like 6%, which is kind of huge. If you go from like 52 to like 47.
Gotcha.
I also kind of feel like Yunara in like pro play hasn't, like, apart from like ERL once, it really hasn't been that big of a deal. Like when you look towards lower divisions, it was never actually as interesting as we expected it to be.
In the UCL, we did see a laning phase where, like, fresh Yunara, one of the first times she was being played into Nami Lucian, and everyone expected her to get dumpstered and she won level 1, which was kind of snasty against a Lucian Nami. So a good thing that really doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
But back then, it was kind of a surprise that no one expected.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I like this from Broad. They have the Vi, they have the Ahri, so you lock in the triple flexible Poppy into jungle top bottom. Jungle top.
Okay, I like the amount of CC they have too.
Right now they just need damage. And hopefully they won't draft into more tanks. Hopefully. Because this opens up an avenue to get a Blizzard top lane.
I can't wait for Broad to like hover Misfortune, and then in the backstage area, Black blocks her going off on a rant on why Misfortune isn't a champion and why you shouldn't pick her.
I would love that. That, like, I would love to see MF because it's my main. So I'm like, yeah, of course you have Rel, pick MF. Like, it's awesome. But I can already hear Blox's voice in my head. I love that.
Okay, hear me out. Nyla is completely broken.
No one plays Nyla. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but like
Broken.
only one trick ponies can pilot her, and then if you pick it in a game like this because you are an OTP, the enemies will be completely clueless because they don't know what half your kit does because no one plays this champion. So yes, it would be a good pick, but only if Spark actually plays it. Else there's no way you can pivot this champion into a comp like this.
Well, she is the demon of joy, and Spark certainly has that spark of joy. So
Sure. Yes. Yes, and.
Yes,
Yes, and. Well, let's see what they're going to round it out with. As we can see, some of the top lane bans coming through, so they seem to be pretty sure on the side of Belfast that it's not the Poppy top. They would expect it to be the Poppy jungle, which personally I would prefer, because I always feel like Poppy top kind of lacks when it comes to the side lane threat or like matching side lane threat of other champions.
Watch
Mundo is
Broad
open.
just draft Rel into the jungle like the good old days. And that Poppy be support.
Honestly,
Imagine.
if not right now, then when? Because right now is one of these you can play anything in jungle type metas, right? So
No!
yes,
What do you mean
No!
yes.
I dislike that Riot was actually trying to push Vayne jungle, because I feel like Vayne's already such a tilting champion to play against, like 9 to 10 times, and then you're also trying to push it into the jungle by giving like her silver bolts like a better modifier against jungle camps. But we
Okay,
are going for Brawn Blind, which hopefully disincentivize a Misfortune pick. But
Also,
hey,
Mundo
you
is
never
pro.
know.
Oh, we're getting the face cams as well. That's awesome. That's awesome. No Braum ban. Yeah, I mean, if you pick MF now, it's doomed.
Oh, that's an
Yeah.
R top. I like that. That's a little
Gnar.
bit of damage that they needed, but
That
I'm
is-
still not. Oh, that is a.
It isn't
can't be
just
good.
Gnar.
It's just
It is
Gnar, it's just
it is Akker's Gnar, and Akker's Gnar is something else. Like that is also a treat to look at.
It's also a champion that Raider is very known for. So it's interesting to me how it's always a picking something away type situation right here, right? Like it's not only is it, Ackers is good on Gnar, it's also like Raider is very good on Gnar as well, so you want to get rid of that. Especially if you look at the overall stats from both of these players,
Yeah.
Raider
That's
is
such a hard
up
champion
there.
to set up again around, because people see you're about to go Mega Gnar and they just delay the inevitable fight, to a point where Gnar is just not in a good position to fight, and it changes the focus of the fight completely. That is locked in. That is a Kale.
Okay.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Oh,
I would have thought that
righty then.
that Raider would finally said for the first time in Belfast Storm history, "Let me play for team," but no. Raider's still playing for himself as the win condition. With a Jinx and an Ahri already on the lineup. That's actually crazy.
That is insane. I mean, Ari can go Mosquito Ari, build more utility around her, get herself a little bit more tanky with the Rod of Ages, with I don't know items that Bloxer also does not like.
Oh, I
Do
would
you want to
Give
get
her a
a
little bit
pick
extra
anything
mobility.
that Bloxer dislikes, and I'm happy.
next to a tilted Bloxer, you also want a tilted Nymera in chat. I see where you're going.
Listen, that could absolutely be the mosquito, the legendary mosquito Wari that is absolutely going to be annoying and hard to catch, but does very little damage, just enough to make you wonder, do we really want to pick this fight, you know? Just barely. But it is still, I don't know. It's a weird composition. I want to say it's a weird composition because you want to have Kale in a carrying situation. You want to have Jinx getting excited as well, but you also need people to absorb the damage.
Yeah. I always feel like when I see Kale, I'm worried because usually in like that's a weird comparison, but whenever I see Kale in solo queue, she looks absolutely ass in the early stages of the game. And then at some point, her ultimate becomes the most important spell to everyone, and suddenly she's the queen of the rift. And that's something I'm never quite sure how to time. You know, like I'm never quite sure when to expect her to pop off. But once she does, she can turn around entire team fights. And that is what I want to see here. Like, make this pick work.
I thought you were waiting for a broad jersey.
Yeah, I am, but I want it to be at least a little interesting when they win, you know, like oh, there's like an insect flying through my room. Sorry, I got distracted. What were you on
You
about?
didn't
Sure.
find.
No.
Wait,
Nobody noticed
Wait a
you heavy
second.
defending. You
Wait
wanted
a second.
Belfast Storm to succeed this one game. That's
You
okay.
also said that you wanted to see them win like interestingly, but like last game wasn't interesting enough for you. Like
I mean,
No,
look,
that's okay.
I'm
We're
used to
setting a
I'm
high
used
bar
to
here.
more on the UKL. Like for UKL standards, there is still a lot of room to make it more interesting. So
yeah, no, fair enough.
they gotta go try. They gotta go and try. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out as we're looking back at the draft a little bit. I love these player pictures, by the way. I always feel like they're so funny. Oh, we have the double Y this time. That's awesome.
I feel like
Oh,
the
great.
dribble
It was
position
me
is just
pointing it
broke.
out. Thank you, Mile.
Sorry, I'm just like, you know.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm glad I'm not the only one with a, you know.
Yeah, no.
Wait. Do the handicap joke as well.
No.
The what?
Anyways.
You already start with a feat of warfare done.
Oh yeah,
that's
true.
what I already have that.
Oh.
And also in the position where it would normally say first tower, like
boy.
they cannot
Yeah.
get first tower
Oh,
anymore.
they have double
have
feat
to
of
get the
warfare.
Yeah,
That
but
is
one is claimed and one is not claimed.
that is interesting. Yeah. Well,
It's okay.
okay. Well, let's see if this game is going to be even more interesting than the last one. Any expectations just from looking at the draft where we get early shenanigans, or will it be slow? What
Well,
it's gonna be?
Raider has.
Press the attack. Yeah,
I know.
that's
I
what
was
I'm
gonna say
saying now.
that.
Right.
That is. That's like a Kale that tells you, all right, I don't want to fight you too hard. I just want to attack you 3 times and back off.
Well,
But at that
like
point, why
it.
wouldn't you just go electrocute? You know.
the funny thing is that like with a champion like Kale, there are matchups where her level 1 against some melee champions is actually stronger than most other melee
True.
champions, so you just hard fist fight them. But now you're playing against another ranged champion and you're the melee champion, so good luck getting in range without getting heavily punished. And the moment Nar hits level 2 and he gets like his hyper stacks, it's going to be even more obnoxious to try and kite it because he will get movement speed, like kiting away or towards you.
Unless you pull a flash at level 2 because you got there first and your hyper aggressive Kale would press the attack that just shut us all up.
All I'm
Never
gonna
mind.
say is, if you went lethal tempo there, you probably kill.
Listen,
he-
I would have preferred fleet footwork. And I
He's
don't know,
cool already, but yeah.
It just works.
It does.
I'm
mean,
just
the
not
moment
going to not
Nar
engage
goes-
into this conversation because I feel like you
No,
guys
you-
have a
you
lot to talk
shouldn't.
about.
Well, the moment Nar goes mega, it's like he's nerfing himself against the kill, basically. Like he wants to stay in mini form.
Does he though? Because at
To get,
before
like,
level
a slight
6,
heal.
Kale is full melee, and you don't want to fist fight Mega Gnar because he gets massively buffed.
I
Because
mean,
like I
but
don't.
he's at like half HP now. This is like 2
True.
PTA procs and he's dead.
You're probably right.
I think you want to keep on switching between Mini and Mega Nar for purely because of the fact that the moment you turn from Mini to Mega, you just heal for a big portion of your health
That's
bar,
true.
and it
Mhm.
stays the moment you go back to Mini. So in Mega
Ruh-roh.
Nar form, it might look like you're going to die, but then it's like, oh no, I still have like a lot of HP when I go back to Mini.
Little contesting
he
over
TPs back.
the scuttle crab. Yeah, he TP's back. You have to. You know, the wave is crashing under there. Big fight in the bot lane, but Belfast Storm do seem a little bit more aggressive across the board here. Gaining priority in the jungle. I mean, Pop doesn't really want to solo fight Roulette on the Vi because armor shred is a thing. And the fact that the solo lanes are all pushing in, including top lane, which is a big deal. Oh, could be a good engage for Mackers if he gets the tempo going. Never mind, he missed the boomerang.
He missed it like by both throwing it and not catching it, unfortunately.
Yes. It
But
went
also,
to
they're level
Narnia.
4 already, about to go over to level 5. And at level 6, the matchup is not so easy for Nar anymore.
Yeah, it changes completely because Kill at level 6, Kill does gain ranged attacks. And then you don't want to be in Mega Gnar, you want to be in Mini Gnar so that you can match that range.
Yeah.
What a match. Loving to see. Like, when's the last time anyone even saw Kale competitively? It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Probably
And she was a
Nemesis on
thing
mid
in
lane.
top. I remember seeing her on top.
I feel like there must have been a point in the past year that I've seen it, but I can't remember what
Didn't-
region or like what, like if it was in ERL 1 or like where exactly it was.
Don't
But
do it, Ackers.
I remember
Didn't
talking
Nemesis-
about it.
NRLs.
Didn't Nemesis play it on mid lane for like a long time, or are we just purely speaking about Killtop?
Yeah, but
don't
Nemesis
remember.
was like
Because then
multiple years ago.
Yeah.
It
then
has to
then it
differ.
would probably go towards like the Japanese competition or such, because you had Ebai for a long time who also played things like Lilia top.
I'm just reading a chat. Kale's support the other day, bro. I'm so sorry you had to witness that. Like,
Kill support is just like Tent doing his challenge of going Nidalee support and showing why it works.
well, if that's necessary, sure.
I mean, Kale support is like the same argument I have against Orin support. You want to get levels on these champions. Like, don't put them in the role that doesn't gain levels.
It
I
was
feel
a
like you want to
duel.
get into an argument with Zodra the moment you talked about orange support. Like,
There's many people who I want to have arguments with about Orin support, yes. But hey, he's my little guy. He belongs in the top lane. He shouldn't be down there.
I mean, it was like Senna Orn. Wasn't that like an option?
Yeah.
Like Senna
That was a
Kench?
thing, yeah.
Like
Right.
that's fine. In that scenario, I think it's fine because it's a atypical way of
You're still losing levels.
yeah, but like your job is a little different, as we can see. Acker's actually doing a decent amount of work.
Uh-huh.
Does not quite
I see
get the
Raider
level.
dancing around him. I don't know what you're saying, but I'm seeing a Raider
He
just
did
dancing
some work,
around him.
and
Still
then he
has
realized
ultimate.
I'm mini Nar now, and I
Yup,
might be
still
dead
has
under turret.
ultimate, still has flash, little Pence
oh,
and rule.
backup squad.
This is actually a really, really good rotation from Broad. But Fuyu is solo farming bot lane, and Raider still has his ult up.
Man, this is not looking too
Ari's
great.
coming
They have to
join as
dance.
well. If they overchase here, they're both dead with the Ari.
Pop is coming. Everybody run.
When Pop is here, they can actually try and play it as there's now stepping forward underneath the turret. Pop
They're
gets
splitting.
the first blood. That's important.
Wait,
With the
but
Spirit Rush
she
being
still
used,
has
maybe
ult.
they can try to do something. Spirit Rush, one more stack. It's
gone.
going down, and there you go. That's the double kill for Pop with
Oh,
the
that's nice.
mega death rocket hitting into the face of the Sivir here. But it is again the feat of warfare claimed for Broad. The script has been written again.
That
Yep.
was so unfortunate. Raider still had the ultimate. I really thought that was gonna be the game changer there. But unfortunately not. And then it was just too much of an overcommitment. Everyone decided to collapse on that, and then the Jinx snipe to end it all off.
Yeah, it was a good idea, but the wave just wasn't there to crash. Bot lane rotation here was actually kind of clutch from Rod and Friends. The fact that they initiated with the first blood plus the 3 kills out of it was pretty good.
And the fact, like in the end, you always have the Ari rotation, but you just walk into the poppy here, so you are forced to dash forward because if you're not, you either get put into the wall yourself and probably die before you can even do something as the Ari, or yeah, if you dash towards your team, you probably are also dashing towards the poppy, which she will then pop her Steadfast Presence, and you will still
Stupid.
die.
Look at
So
this.
there's no other
Broad
way.
Broad maintained the flexibility. They maintained top on bottom top here, while Belfast did not respond at all to the rotation. They will take the dragon, but this will kind of set Fuyu back a little bit compared to Spark. Because he's solo now in the bot lane. He needs to be extra careful.
Well, let's
As
see.
long as nothing's happening.
I
It is just going to be a pure 1v1 until Roulette's going to like be messing with the bot lane, so you don't really have to take a lot of risks being Fuyu.
I mean, it's still
Yeah, to
fine
be fair.
with
Go
the
ahead.
invade. I think it's still fine if you go for the invade, if you're trying to take away some resources. Like, you win on other parts, even if you might lose out in a 1v1 in that situation. Like, you're still trying to gain some control in other ways by going for invades, trying to take some tempo away from pop, maybe. I don't know.
I do hope that there will be like more opportunities for Roulette to actually get himself into the game, because there's also this reality
Oh no,
where
Spark.
he's not
Spark.
getting any form of kill participation, then he will
Bye,
just not
Spark.
do anything.
Spark having to run for the hill. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. The snipe doesn't quite hit either. Minion block for the win.
Yeah,
He
Zeta
stays
coming a
alive.
little bit late to the party, but he's coming in here, you know. But this is going to allow a lot of freedom here on the bot lane of Belfast Storm. To actually go back. I'd expect them to take a play there or two, but no, it's not going to be the play here. They swapped objectives right now, and Raiders having a great time top lane. And also the CS that Fuyu opened while solo in the bot was actually pretty big. Being a full 19 CS ahead.
This CS lead also comes with the fact that they just forced Spark back whilst he could still finish his own wave. Like when they swapped lanes, it was actually only one wave of a deficit, and now it's two.
Roulette is definitely looking for something here in the mid lane while Akers is suffering. Now see the shift in the top lane? Oh, there is Pop coming up.
I think Raider's just out, but that is a flash used, and Kale without flash is a very dangerous thing.
Oh, this is not going well on that mid lane.
Bye, Syndra.
Good night, QQR.
Jeez.
If there's
Yep,
another
that's
turret shot, maybe you can
No,
get
never.
one back. But yeah,
clean dive. They knew exactly where Pop was because Pop just revealed himself topside, so they knew they could pull this dive relatively easily, even with QQR's flash. That was pretty good. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. It's gonna be good. Otherwise, it's just yeah. Okay, we sent QQR back, and he has teleport.
well, no crazy outcomes so far. Kind of looking at the timers, 2 more minutes until the next Drake. So I think that's going to be interesting to see if they're willing to fight around that.
Now let's see. Because the goal, if we're looking at gold exclusively, it's dead even. Even though Blood and Friends did take the first blood plus 2 other kills with that. But the gold is dead even just mainly due to the advantages coming in from Fuyu, which is exactly where we want these advantages to be. So Broad need to have a plan to somehow shut down the bot lane of Belfast.
Yeah.
But then Raider will have space to grow and be a big bad KO as well. And then you'll have no issues about who's the front line because you need Roulette to ult in and then damage ensues.
So far, it still feels very calm, though. Like, there are some action-packed moments, but it doesn't feel as explosive as game one, kind of.
Yeah.
At least not yet.
And yeah, and the crazy thing is, despite there being a Kale and a Jinx on Team Belfast, I still don't think the scaling from Team Broad is that terrible either. I mean, they have a Syndra, they have a Sivir. Like, I think both teams are fine when if it comes to late game.
Yeah, completely. Maybe now
Yeah.
another
Well,
one on the mid lane.
speaking
Oh,
of
that
Syndra,
seasoned assist. Oh, the super big at that rocket goes wide, but it's still the end for QQR. Ugh.
Like on paper, this is a problem I have with Syndra, right? Because on paper she does hyper skill supposedly thanks to her passive. She gains extra stats the longer the game goes, but she lacks what other hyperscalers have, which is some sort of mobility, some sort of way to keep up the pressure, to keep up the damage, right? Victor has his ult that lingers for so long. Azir has his constant auto attacks from his soldiers. Sivir has movement speed. Jinx has passive resets.
Yeah.
What does Syndra have? Syndra pulls the
Depression.
trigger once and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's going to be really hard for QQR to, yeah, recover from this already. I mean, he's not too far behind in CS, but I think the 2 kills
Nah.
going over to the Ari actually make a big difference.
It absolutely will. Pops. Are we gonna go for a dive here? I think so, because Lil Pants has nowhere to go.
Ooh, the ultimate going not necessarily as planned here.
Ockers.
Akers has to
Before
be
he was
really
free to
careful.
do damage over the wall.
Oof.
Oh, but he's going to be tucked out of that one. Yeah. Nice pick
Fuyu-
there from Rod.
Fuyu doesn't have 25% crit chance yet on the item, probably, so it's really
No, yeah,
difficult
yeah.
to get those crits consistently.
Now that's going to be a dragon for Broad and Friends, which makes them on the 2 objective marks. They haven't no towers have been taken out yet. I'm already over to the 14-minute mark. I don't think neither of these teams have necessarily a team that's hyper enabled to push towers. At least Belfast, not yet. But when the Cal comes live, around the level 16 mark, I would say is when she's truly online. I think towers are going to be falling a lot faster than what they've been so far.
Like, both teams don't really have incentive to have players on side lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Spark. So I'm just like happy feet a little bit.
Definitely eating some damage there.
At least he didn't perish. It would have been worse.
It's going to be Herald. It's 1 tower. So each team is going to have 2 objectives if Belfast manage to collect this Herald for themselves, which I think they will. There's no interaction from either of them. Both teams have a dragon.
the
Broad and Friends have the
tiebreaker
grubs.
Will probably be either Atakan, if it takes long enough, or the next dragon. Which it will
Man,
probably be the
imagine.
next dragon, but it can be Atakan.
Imagine Atakan being the tiebreaker.
No,
Oh, no.
not again.
Again.
Like, generally, Atakan feels like is always the make or break moment for so
it's
many
part
teams.
of the script, Mile.
That doesn't make me hate it
tiebreaker
less.
at Atakan for content. It's part of the script. We all read it.
I did get that script in the mail. I'm sorry.
Did you check the email?
Oh no, I forgot that one. I was waiting for my pigeon to come and carry the letter through my window.
I told you the E before the mail is important. Mile.
Man, yeah, okay. I'll try to keep it in mind for next time.
Good.
Sorry, my bad. My bad.
It's okay. They should offer to send it via fax next time.
You say mail, and she's just still thinking of post. And it's like
I'm
that's
like, what do you
such a
mean
long time
the
ago.
carry pigeon is not coming to bring my mail? I opened my window. It was open the entire day.
Oh man,
That's unlucky. Well,
good old times.
yeah. But yeah, again, I feel like this game is very slow. Like, I feel
No,
like
I don't
at
see
this
that.
point in the last game, we've already have seen a little bit more action in favor of Broad, until we had that little comeback angle for Belfast there as well. But I feel like here it doesn't work so nicely for the early stages, especially because you have a Sivir that scales very well with items. So you definitely want to wait for those item spikes to hit before you put yourself in a position for these big team fights.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean,
yeah, let's see.
the thing is, as long as Broad and friends maintain Raider under control with the Kale, they should be mostly fine, which so far has been happening. But I do feel like Raider hasn't really been able to, or hasn't really tried to show his full potential. He's just trying to farm up as a Kale, and with 163 CS at the 17-minute mark, I'd say that's decent enough. So it's just a matter of when will Raider want to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
There's going to be one point that Roulette's just going to press R on someone, and he's going to get like a full AP kill ult with him, and that's going to be like
Nope. Raider kind of wanted to play there.
actually a tactical nuke.
I mean, we've
The
seen
thing
it
is that
happen a
they
little
do
bit
have a
on mid
lot of
lane as well, right? Like we've seen it
Yeah.
when he went for the catches and stuff like that. I can see that potential definitely coming through.
Because they do have the tools for it, and we, like you said, we've seen it in the mid lane. They do have follow up for the nuke to come through, because you just lock someone down, stun everybody in your path,
Yeah.
and just let your team do the rest. Once Scale starts joining these fights and has the freedom to do so with the help of Little Pants, that's it's gonna be devastating. All those stuns stacking with Kale auto attacking from 3 miles away.
Still so crazy to look at the fact that they're 100 gold apart at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah.
Not even that right now.
Yeah. It's
Broad
really
are good at
like
keeping
dead
up.
even. Yeah.
Yeah. We saw that last game as well. For the longest time, Belfast were actually pretty even in gold, all things considered. And it's happening again, even though in team fights, you can clearly see that Broad are a superior squad in this particular game with this particular comp. It's like they're not trying to throw their weight around, and Broad and Belfast are biding their time for the right time to actually fight.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of
Oh, they're
waiting
looking
for
for
that
something.
one explosive fight, like I'm kind of waiting for that. Maybe it's that objective fight in a few seconds when the Drake comes back up. Like maybe that's already the point, but I'm kind of, waiting for that first big team fight to really pop off and give us a little bit of a taste of how it's gonna go, like where the game potentially could land. Because so far, it's really hard to have an expectation. Also, not knowing how the Kale is going to look in team fights and stuff like that. So maybe now with the Drake being up, that could be an option.
Yeah.
There's only 3 levels left until kill actually becomes a raid boss, right? Because we all know the level 16 kill memes, and that is something that's getting closer and closer for her.
Yeah, especially now if we're looking at that Drake being up, this is going to be the fight for the feat, of course. So I'm wondering if there's a point where Broad feel like they're not strong enough, maybe they can just try and push for the first tower, but maybe with the Rift Herald being down, they won't even get that choice.
Yeah, let's see. They're definitely trying to put some pressure on this mid lane here, Belfast.
Oh,
Turret
it barely
doesn't
lives.
quite go down. It's very, very lucky for Broad, actually, because it gives them a little bit of a second chance at the feats. Maybe
You just
they're still looking for it on top
start the
side.
Atacam to trade it for the dragon. No,
Oh,
just
that
kidding.
ultimate. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Kale stays alive. TP's coming through as well. That's a lot
But Poppy
invested.
is on Drake.
If they get the Drake, I think it's fine. But they still invested a lot in that top lane play, right? Like investing the TP, investing another redemption, if I'm not completely stupid. What was that?
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah,
That
redemption?
one
Yeah, it
indeed
was.
redemption.
But I think it's okay because they got the Drake, and Roulette used Flash, Raider used ult.
Fair.
The thing is,
And-
both ults were used in the top lane, and if Broad wanted, they could easily contest Otacon without any response from Belfast.
Fair,
But they decided to go for Dragon, which is the safest call, and this puts Broad in a very, very comfortable position. That was a great response. QQR teleporting top lane puts him in a good position as well to contest that.
Ooh, going
and
for
now
the
Broad are
chase.
feeling confident to keep going. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, it's a
That's the
3v1
power
situation.
of-
There's not much Limsy can do, right? Like, yes,
Yeah.
it's a power. Like, that's the power of getting the items on the Sivir, like all that. But you're alone. Like, what was he supposed to do?
Oof.
It's big oof, but they still want to dive it.
They're definitely looking for it.
Oh,
Flashes
oh,
and
my
flashes
God.
and flashes. Oh my god!
No!
What a bad day to have eyes. Oh, no.
No.
Spark was like, "Oh, maybe the tower isn't that hot after all, because Zed is barely taking damage. Zed is a tank.
That hurt my feelings on a personal level. Like,
Zed is a tank. He took 200 damage because it's a tank. You're gonna take triple that."
well, at least they got a turret on top side, but it was a trade. And
Right,
now
but look at
Belfast
Kale.
also picking up the turret on bot lane. Yeah,
Level
this is
15 already on Kale.
yeah.
About to be there.
And nobody's trying to stop.
She's
the
going
scaling
to
of the
be a
Kale.
menace on side lane, like a
Nobody
menace.
is stopping her.
It's crazy.
The thing is, you're looking at Kale as like a ticking time bomb, but you look at the bot lane, the ticking time bombs already went boom.
Yeah.
Jinx is 2-0
Oh, fair.
with
Yeah.
237 CS at 33 minutes.
I feel like you're getting a little
I'm sorry.
emotional
I'm
about
sorry.
this. Are you possibly on the wrong time of the month? Like, what's going?
Oh no.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's just jokes. Just
I mean,
jokes.
you know, apparently we shouldn't be casting League during the wrong time of the
Oh,
month.
damn.
All right, all right,
Sorry.
all right, all
Gotta
right,
leave.
all
Hang
right.
on. Why is there a lag? Is the lag on my end? No, the lag is on their
No,
end. Okay.
it was on.
I'm like, what's happening? Did I break something?
Maybe the stream is also.
Yeah. Okay. No. Stop. We're not gonna go there. Once we start, we will never stop.
I take no part in this.
Well, people who are about to have the right time is this Kale. She's half a level away at most.
Slay.
Now.
Incredible segue.
Slay.
That was indeed an incredible segue.
Yes.
Absolutely dismantled all tension in the air with that one.
Ah. Oh, that's awesome. That's just
Anyway,
awesome.
good old collapse coming through. Spark's in trouble.
But chicken nuggets first. Chicken nuggets first.
Goodbye. Go grab. Oh,
Glacier
that was-
Fisher,
oh,
Redemption.
Pop.
Oh, that Poppy
Pop.
ultimate was
God.
beautiful. Oh,
Pop.
that was beautiful. Okay, important kill for Pop. Jinx being
And
down.
now important kill on Raider as well.
If they get it, this is huge. If they get it, this is huge for Broad because
It's
they
over.
managed
The
to pick
carries
it
are
up.
dead.
Oh my
The
god.
carries are dead. Fuyu got isolated off the poppy copter, and then Raider got caught off in the river.
Quite
Broad now
literally,
have free access to Otacon and Baron on spawn.
but quite literally all carries are dead. Like it's
The
just
Spark
the
is dead
carries.
too.
It's Spark that's dead, it's Fuyu that's dead, and it's Raider that's dead.
It's okay. They still have Syndra, who theoretically scales. It's four.
Do they have
people
enough
on Broad's
DPS for
side.
this?
They're definitely trying. No, they kind of give up on it, but they're still trying.
I mean, this
Yeah,
is a
Otacon
weird.
is dead.
They're on it.
Yeah, but that's like a weird
Otacon is
position
dead.
to be in. Yeah.
No, they're just not going straight for Baron. They're going to go Otacon, reset, and probably come back later. But it would have been a great play if Spark was alive on that one.
Yeah, if Spark is alive, I'm sure you can get both. And I mean, that's the thing about the Atacon positioning as well, right? Like if you manage to pick it up 2-for-1, it's awesome. But I like that Belfast Storm were like, okay, we're losing out on that top side play. Might as well push in mid lane, pick up the tier 2 turret, and try to keep the pressure alive, which they have done. So it's still more favored towards Broad, I would say. However, the gold is still dead even, and Belfast are finding answers, even though they are not the cleanest, but they are also not falling further behind or something.
The Poppycopter coming through. Roulette's going back sooner. And if it opens up any avenues for the backline, this is all that Broad want. They don't care about how hyper their Belfast carries are. They just want the front line out of the way so they can access them easily with more ease.
But also, what's
Syndrome might be in
interesting
trouble.
is-
Oh.
Oh well, yeah.
Seasoned
Stop
assist.
bullying, QQ. Come
Aw.
on.
Aw.
But even though Broad were the ones to get the Atacon, they only have 24 petals, while Belfast had 11. So the difference isn't actually that big in stats. So
No, because
Okay,
it's been a
so
relatively
only
low kill
now
game regardless. And
We're
Petal
getting
Swan,
the pings that we're fighting for Raider. Even though it felt like you probably want to put up a counterplay like directly the moment QQR gets collapsed on, right? Because you know that they will probably go for Dragon afterwards. If you could have maybe baited like a big portion of the team towards Baron or anything, that you could have halted a potential Dragon take. But we're now just accepting that we're losing a play on bot lane and we're not responding with like a response rate on the other side of the map, which is something that we'd normally expect that to happen from both of these teams. But we have started Nash.
Okay, this is
Yeah,
a
we're
wonky
leaving
timer
again.
now. Like, please don't. No. That's like, you missed your mark. You had that chance, like, 20 seconds ago. You didn't take it. Now it's too late. Don't do it.
No, they got Otacons forever. This is fine. This is still not a bad place to be in. If they want to threaten Baron and take Belfast out of lanes, they're more than welcome to, because QQR is free farming bot, and they have to have someone down there, and the only person that has to teleport up is Raider. I don't know if it's a good matchup for Raider, but I can see a world where QQR just deletes Raider with a combo.
But Akros is also going bot.
So they want to take down Raider. I'm not opposed to this, because unlike Tryndamere, if the Kale is stunned or CC'd in any way, shape, or form, she can't pull the ultimate. So if they get enough CC chains on top of Raider, he is still a fragile champion.
So far, they seem to
Oh,
be a
all
little
these
indecisive, though, on like where they really want to go with this. Because also the mid lane for Broad is so vulnerable now that they have to be careful
What's the
not
play?
to step too far forward. Glacier Fisher coming
TP
through, so
coming
Pemmican
in
Death
as
Rocket
well.
also hit. Here comes the
They got
redemption. They're
Fuyo.
trying to hit heal up even further. Shutdown coming through. Now here's the Kale
Yeah.
ultimate. She's
Oh,
trying to pick up
Raider.
two. It's a double kill. Can he get some more? With Zeta now having to run for the hills, going golden here for Limsey, but they are at a numbers advantage. And now Belfast Storm are actually looking to clean up this team fight. And we've said it time and time again, Raider can become the raid boss that Belfast need, and this opens up their way towards the Baron.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Belfast have
Good for
two
them.
raid bosses on their side, and Broad chose the one that was out of position. They themselves went out of their way, outside of the team fight zone, let's call it that, to actually try to go all in on Fuyu. And this left Raider completely open. No CC in that backline to actually try to secure a kill on the Kale. And by the time they realized Raider was a problem, well, the fight was already way too split.
You'd almost say it's like hyper illegal for a hard carry like Raider himself to just TP in the middle of a team and get away with it, because
No,
he's
for sure.
skill, he can ult himself, and like the ult range that also deals damage is so big when you're level 16. Like the fact that range gets even extended because they buffed it like half a year or something ago, it feels kind of illegal to play into. But hey, it's a level 18 kill. You want to work towards your win condition, and you finally made it, so it makes sense.
Well, it's looking pretty good for Belfast Storm now. They have gotten themselves a bit of a gold lead, which puts them, of course, in a more comfortable position moving forward. And we can see that, Broad are trying to play around the vision a little bit, maybe trying to find a catch coming through the darkness. But with that Baron buff, I think Belfast are actually relatively fine.
Yeah, I was about to say as well, we went from being a completely dead even game to a 4K gold lead within, it feels like 1 minute. That's just how quickly things can change in this game. Speaking of things changing.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That was a beautiful scat of the week, though. They might get a pick at Little Pants here as well. It's not going to work. Here comes the TP coming in from Limsey. Has to use the Spirit Rush immediately. That's another nice catch for Broad, who,
Meanwhile,
against all odds are kind of trying to hold on as Limsey goes
is this
on
a
the
base
killing spree.
race?
This is crazy.
No, this is the complete disassembly of the team fight. Broad had an idea. They got Fuyu yet again. Teleport from Lizzie might have looked awkward, but it was enough to distract Broad and friends to actually do something. Raider wasn't even a part of this fight.
Oh, he's going golden. He's buying so much more time as well. He only ends up going down right now with the rest of the team being able to move in again. And then Broad will actually have to give over Zeta. Here comes the KO, moved into the jungle. And now that is not going to look good for the Poppy as the scatter connects again. She ults right away. But that means that Poppy at least stays alive. But so does the Kale. Man, this has become spicy.
I mean, great
Actually
fight
playing
here
on nice
from-
edge.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say this was a great fight from Belfast. They started off kind of slow, but they knew that Raider on the side was uncontested. They've delayed the response from Rod as long as they could, just so that they could open up the sideline.
Crazy.
Yeah, and overall, like what I found so interesting is that the main form of engage on the side of Belfast, the Vi, hasn't died yet. That is like the one person I would expect to have the most deaths on this team.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Vi just is unbothered.
You say that, and then you also remember that players like Reckless exist who play engage supports and rarely die. So yeah, I see it happening. This is just jungle Reckless.
Once a KDA player, always a KDA player. No, but like I think yeah, I think it's definitely interesting that they have found a way to play around the Y in a position where she's never fully left alone with the Super Mega Death Rocket going just wide as they're now looking to go for another chase onto Raider. Raider has to ult, gets scattered into the wall. Maybe they can actually manage to pick up the kill. Raider's down. Now, how much more can you get here on the side of Broad as they're looking to push it a little further with now the shutdowns coming through and they're going for the chase. They're looking for it with the Mega now on the side, picking up a kill here for Hackers. As now, of course, the Syndra is unleashed as well, trying to go for a little bit of a multi-kill here. And in the end, they actually manage to make it work. They get the ace, and now Broad are looking to move further towards the enemy base. What is going on, guys?
In the second game, where Belfast Storm managed to like equalize scores a little bit until a position that the game feels unlosable, and then they still manage to lose like one big fight, and it's all open again. That's not the only thing that's open though, because we also see that there are super minions knocking on the door for Rod and Friends. So if they're not doing this push fast enough, I also see a teleport availability for Raider to
Oh.
just go into the enemy base. But
The
I
backdoor
don't think he's
angle.
gonna get there.
The backdoor angle.
8 seconds.
Oh my god, but they're extremely low. They really have to hit that Nexus and try to make it work as the Glacial Fissure is coming through. They are trying to outdance them. One goes down. Just try to hit the Nexus. Just try to hit the Nexus, but it's just not going to be enough. And they have to take a step back. It's the double kill for the Jinx. And now that puts Belfast Storm in a position to maybe look for an angle of their own. What is this game?
Minions on top and are cleared. So there's no way that Spark has to solo defend into Raider who just TPs in, auto attacks him to death.
I am
But
losing it, guys.
there are going to be issues here on mid lane. Like, as Rod and Friends, you now have to stall for time. The only one that's allowed to take
TP.
damage is Pop, whilst there's Wave Clear coming out from Spark. And then hopefully you can stall long enough for maybe a teleport to come out for from your Syndra, but it feels like that's been too late now.
It's looking pretty bad. It's another
Right,
ace.
reset city.
Do they have a wave? Do they have a rave coming? A rave? Yes.
Zeta's
maybe they're having a
probably.
rave as well. Yes, Zeta's there, but
this game, they're definitely going to have a raid.
tell me what Rel is supposed to do to stop this. I don't think there's anything.
Magnet Storm, Wave Clear. Let's go, Zeta.
Ackers,
you got
come on, Ackers, you can do it. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Belfast Storm
and
actually
Anderson
going
just
to the
told
1-1.
himself, Yeah.
That is crazy.
Oh, this could have been Broad's game, and it could have gone to match point, but now we're at a standstill that Belfast just equalized the scores.
We
And we're
have
going
a
to have
serious.
At least 4 games.
We have a serious on our hands. And that was not what people expected. We came in here for a wonky little co-streamy watch party with people saying it's gonna be a 3-0. Well, here we are. It's not going to be a 3-0.
It couldn't have been the 3-0 anymore that most people were like predicting, because everyone was saying, it's going to be a Belfast Storm 3-0, and then they lose game number 1.
Yep.
So predictions already out of the window since the first game.
Yep. Absolutely. So,
It is now after game 2. So,
Oh,
what are
God.
you predicting, Mile?
bro, I don't know at this point. I'm gonna stick with Broad. I'm deciding to believe in them for the remainder of the day, because I think this game looked really, really good, apart from some decisions that just kind of, fucked with their tempo a little bit. So
What? Sorry, what?
I just feel like some decisions that they made on when to go back, when to actually go for objectives and stuff, I think it wasn't the best ones tempo wise when we look at what they could have gotten on the map as opposed to what they actually ended up getting. So maybe if they can fix it, I still see a chance for Broad to win today. I'm a believer.
I mean, to be fully fair, I just looked back. It was a difference of 2 auto attacks on that Nexus.
Right.
2 more auto attacks, and that game would have gone in favor of Broad.
Yeah.
And you'd feel that the difference maybe could have been if QQR stayed a bit longer, there would have been opportunities for 2 more auto attacks.
Yeah.
Because to me it felt like that, but it also, like, with the low attack speed that mages have like innate, it is a really difficult thing to actually spot, like, whether that would be the case or not. And also for QQR, he wanted to take the safe route and made the 50-50 play, and we all know how 50-50 plays end.
Mm-hmm.
Not well on both ends that you want to be at.
Yeah. I also feel like the Kale pick actually really, really worked out in Belfast's favor.
Most definitely.
It did exactly what we predicted it to do. It looked a bit bad in the early stages, but then it became the raid boss that we all expected it to be, and it was really, really hard for Broad to, kind of keep up with finding ways to kill it, with finding ways to get something done working around the Kale.
Yeah,
You
and for
say that it was like
a
iffy in the early stages, but then we also saw him force the early flash on level 2 from Eckers already.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Maybe I just didn't want to
Well,
remember that.
Understandable, understandable.
I think the other benefit as well is take like that Kale is now no longer able to be picked, but it doesn't really feel like necessarily that was like the core sort of strategy or play that they wanted to go around anyway. So it feels just like Raider doesn't care about any of the picks that are now sort of banned due to the Fearless draft.
Yeah.
So yeah, what are you even supposed to do if someone just blind picks or like just picks Kale like that?
Yeah, it was really not on my list at all. But I kind of also love that. Like I love that they come in brave enough to play picks that we haven't seen throughout the split. Like I like that. I think that's the creativity that it needs in order to put yourself in the best possible position to feel comfortable as well with picks going through and feel the system kicking in and stuff like that. Like the more versatile your champion pool, the more comfortable you're going to be 100%.
And then in the end, it also is just like straight up the alley of champions that Raider would like to play. Like he showed us game number 1 already that he wanted to have an impact with his Yorick, not necessarily like a 1v1 or like a 1v9 champion, but at least a champion that has maybe a little bit more agency over the game's outcome in comparison to a lot of the other top lanes that are just set up, and now you're like relying on the rest of the team.
Mm-hmm.
And with Kill, it's basically the same. And with the rest of his champions, we've seen that Broad and Friends have already respect banned Darius twice. So you you see that he really likes to play the champions that
Yeah.
can make a little bit more of a difference and are a little bit less reliant on, oh, I'm just a big meat shield and I'm trying to face tank everything for the team so they can clean up for me or like after me when it's ready. So it is just one of those champions that it just feels like it has a connection with him already.
Yeah. All right. We will throw to another little 5-minute break, so make sure to stay with us if you are willing to watch a little bit more of our co-streaming madness. And of course, we'll be right back with game number 3 between Belfast and Abroad. And let's see who puts themselves at match point. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back with us and our wonky little watch party. I think that's actually that should be branding at this point. Wonky watch party.
Stack Wonky Watch Party.
I like it. I think it's good. It describes the situation perfectly. You've already maybe realized if you're watching on the UKEL2 as well that there is now a little bit of sound going on, but we've decided for the moment to stick with this, at least here on the main channel. So if you're up for hanging out with us for another game, feel free to do so. Otherwise, the UKEL2 is of course also available to y'all if you would prefer to listen to the people on site, which I don't know why you would prefer that, but okay. I mean, that's up to you. Crazy. Okay, we actually have a series on our hands, but realistically, Belfast haven't been looking as convincing as we expected them to look coming into today.
No, definitely not. And the question is, are they not looking that convincingly because they're not playing as good, or because Broad and Friends is making them look not that good?
I mean, I do feel like Broad have been continuously trying to step it up. Oh, we're getting predictions. Let's see.
Oh,
Jeriel said 3-2 for Broad. Okay. Trajan said 3-2 for Belfast. Rob said 3-2 for Broad. Rory said 3-2 for Belfast. Temporal said 3-1. Middlecut said 3-2 for Broad. And Veloxa said 3-2 for Broad. So actually, many of our on-site talents want to see 5 games. That's
It's understandable when you're offline, right? Like
Right.
if you're in an offline event, you want to be as long as possible with both the fans, the
Yeah.
teams, the players, making sure you have as much of a fun time as you can with hopefully a silver scrapes to top it off.
Yeah.
Except if you're temporal. Temporal's just there like, yeah, for me it's also work.
Yeah.
Work needs to be done at one point. And this, like, probably the setting up of the entire event is already such a big headache that 4 games is enough at that point, and that's also completely understandable for someone like him.
Yeah, yeah. People have been putting in a lot of work trying to, get the UKEL across, get people to have the opportunity to go. So it's crazy. Hang on, I quickly. You guys talk. I gotta answer a message real quick. So you guys, you talk about something.
all right. Well, we can try and figure out what on stream they're talking about right now, and then just talk over them because. Yeah, of course, our opinions are so much more important than the people who are actually live there in person and know what they're talking about, right?
100%.
I'm just wondering what's going to be asked, because there will probably be like some random question being thrown towards Rob. Rob, who's already glad that he can be here because Gucci is not playing finals. Because if that would have been the case, he couldn't have been there in the first place. And now there's probably going to be a question that if there's going to be a question towards Rob, the entire chat will go Rob out, which is fair. That's the meme that he made himself. But at this point, it's like every single time that Rob will say something, and it is like only slightly controversial, the entire chat will say Rob out. So we're just going to wait until that question is being asked. That's currently in process or like in progress. And the moment Rob will open his mouth, the entire chat here on our UKL1 stream will go Rob out. Watch this.
Rob out. There you go. Oh, he didn't say too much. Come on, give him a chance. Give him a chance.
Also, not many people in our in our chat currently that know this meme. My guess is that most of them will be in the venue itself.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be screaming it at him, which is also fair.
I think that's a hilarious thing to imagine, like also a little annoying on like for him, but funny for everyone else for sure.
It's like K-Corp fans, but then like entirely pointed towards Rob. And
Great.
he also made the fans himself. So yeah, interesting how we got in this peculiar situation.
Definitely. I mean, that's also probably what both of our teams are currently wondering, right? Like both of them, Belfast and Broad, are probably also like, how did we get here? What? How do we get out of this situation as well? Because they, of course, have put us at a point where we are happily having a series. However, no one has generated a match point for themselves just yet, as Rob is robbing out so hard right now. Look at him, even using the fingers to count, like he's in it. Wow.
Wondering whether I'm like either so far behind on you guys or whether it already happened and I just didn't register it.
Both is very much possible.
Yeah.
But I have not refreshed the stream, so
I have
don't
not
know.
either.
Then I think
I was gonna
I just didn't register it for some reason.
I was gonna say, what timer are you at? But then
The-
I realized.
No, it doesn't work like that.
I'm at the point where Trajan is talking, and
Yeah,
Where
that
they-
happens sometimes. Trajan to be
Point where
talking
they're
every
giving
now and then.
analysis, yes.
We're actually having a little bit of a Spark lower third graphic going on right now.
that's an interesting graphic, isn't it? He's the first in kills, but he's lowest in kill participation.
Yeah.
How does something like that happen? You'd say that there's like a common ground is like if you kill a lot of people, you also probably have like a lot of kill participation. But for him, it's just not the case. Highest damage, highest kills, lowest kill participation.
Oh wow, your point was so good that my neighbor apparently wants to chime in, so I will be right back.
Wow. Wow. That is. Wow. I mean, I love that, right? Esports just connects people, brings everyone together. Not sure I want
connects
my neighbors to be there, but I sometimes, okay, real talk, sometimes I wonder what my neighbors think I'm doing. Because whenever I cast from home, of course I'm screaming like an absolute mad person. So I do sometimes wonder if they are worried about my safety and well-being when they hear me screaming. So, yeah, shout outs to my neighbors. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Hey, there's Torok
Oh, yeah.
sitting there clapping. He also has he actually has the rod merge, or does he just have a sticker?
I don't know.
I think it's a sticker, but it still looks like it could be merged. So, Brod, if you're watching this, make a screenshot of Torok. This is the new merch you're making.
Aw, happy birthday,
Happy birthday,
CJ.
CJ.
Awesome. Happy birthday on that note. But yeah, I love that. You know, that you have events like this with crowd interaction, people being there. And I feel like for me, the LAN events are always the coolest thing. I haven't had too many yet in my still quite short caster career, but the ones that I've been to as a caster, but also as a guest, like as a fan, oh my god, that's really what esports is all about. Like, it's so cool. I enjoy it so much. So
It's just being in one place with like-minded people, just nerding out about the same kind of things, and whether it's a LAN event like this where you have, well, what is it, an audience of 20 to 40 people, or you're filling an entire arena like they do at the LEC. I think like these kind of events are like even better because you can literally just talk to everyone.
Yeah.
You probably know like 70% of people in the audience anyway when you're on the production. When you're not on the production and you are there as an audience, you can now make so many new friends that you can also play League with, watch League with. The moment you switch to a different league, like we know Middlecott, he also does NLC, so it also has some cross audience targeting. Like
Yeah.
it's just so fun as this bubble to just be together and just do these kind of things that everyone has basically the same interest in, even though you might not agree on which team is the best. It's still the game that like brings us all together.
yeah. Yeah, 100%. And I think that it also like I think it also just makes you see that there's so many different faces to esports, because I know people are like, you know, sometimes when I talk to people who are not into esports and I tell them like, yo, we're all nerding out about this one video game, people have like their thoughts about it, and they like to think of it with like cliches and stuff like that. But also Gamescom, for example, for me was always so interesting, because Gamescom truly shows you that there is not one type of gamer, you know, like it's crazy, it's awesome, I love it very, very much.
I am yet to attend a Gamescom. Like, I
Oh,
still
you
want to
have
go at
to.
one point, but because like Cologne isn't that far away from the Netherlands in general.
It's cool, but I gotta say I was very grateful that I had the access to the creator areas due to working there. Because otherwise, I
Yeah,
feel like I would have gotten overwhelmed because it's a lot, especially on the
it
weekend. It's a
it
lot.
also kind of depends on like who you're going there with, right? Because you can
Yeah,
also just go there to meet up with some people, and then you can just stay with your own cozy group, just do whatever it is that you like to
yeah.
do.
So if
And
you ever want to
if you're
meet
going there
up,
to alone,
yeah, if you ever want to meet up with the UKL people, definitely check out Stoke-on-Trent. I heard it's the place to be. But for now, we're going to look at our
unfortunately, we need a
next
visa
club.
to go there.
That's true. Yeah. Well, let's.
That's
I mean, you know.
It's also why we're here and,
Yeah.
and not there. I feel like if we didn't need a visa, then it probably would have been like easier to go to an event like
Well, look, I
this.
had to do game changers today, so I'm off the hook. But yeah, probably. Oh my god, we get the Azir. We get the Azir for Limsey. That is. Oh, that's good. That's really good for Belfast. They will love this.
Does Broad just continue to copy the Oriana ban on red side just because they are afraid that if Belfast first pick it, that they cannot get it later on anymore? Because Belfast was doing exactly the same thing on red side.
Maybe. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a question mark of what are you more worried about? Because Oriana, again, if you look at Limsey's solo queue history, that's his most played champion as of right now. But then again, if you look at his
Does the
UKL
same thing for
history,
QQR?
then, you know. Ooh, Aurora.
Oh, they so now they pick the Aurora for like the
Hang on.
Oriana.
Let me
The
look
Aurora
at
were
the
also the champion pool from Limsey.
let me look at those champion pools again because it's like it's actually interesting. So QQR
It's like looking in the mirror.
is
No, do not bring back lane swap,
Can we
please.
can we censor this?
can we?
Can we censor the sign?
Don't let Riot see it.
Hmm. Well, it's interesting because
If we're going to have these kind of takes, can we also say things like bring back Gold Funnel? Because yeah, thank you, Middle Gold. Thank you.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that is what we needed.
Phew. Thank God.
Bring back a lane swap. How dare you? It's like cursing in the church. Can't do that. Blasphemy.
Wow, wow. I feel like you have a lot to compensate. It's like I'm sorry that lane swaps have traumatized you that hard. I recommend therapy, but you know.
Listen, okay, I'm a top laner. I don't want to see a top laner at 5 minutes in game having 1 CS, being level 2, and just sitting crying under tower anymore. We have suffered enough.
I don't.
I just want people to play the game.
Well, let's see if they're going to play the game. So far, I do actually really like what Belfast Storm have been drafting for themselves here. I really, really like Wukong layered with the Nico. I think that looks really beautiful if it works out. So I hope they can make it work for their own sake because it is very, very nice. Like the synergy, it should be very nice. But I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do towards bot lane. Because also on paper, there are still a lot of options, but it seems like everyone is more topside focused in that second ban phase. So they are genuinely scared of Raider on the side of Broad.
Yeah, that's the really interesting part. ADC is the role that has the least amount of champions for it. So it would make most sense technically to ban out ADCs.
What is happening now? I'm sorry. What are we showing food?
Is that is that a burrito?
I mean,
No,
you go.
It looks like a doner, but even then, why?
Like you go. Like if I had food right now, I would have food right now. Yeah.
Real.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, smolder? Okay, no way, it's still a hover.
Oh, if he goes for it, I'll be hyped. I
Oh,
love
it's a
Smolder.
Smolder.
I love Smolder. Even though I know it hasn't been super strong, but this is a great late game reassurance for Belfast here. I think that puts Broad on such a crazy timer. Ooh, now even if they go for the
No way they go
Fiora,
Fiora.
Raider is
Oh
going
my
to
God, they
be
go for
more than
Fiora.
comfortable. Yeah, Raider is so happy right now. Like, oh my god. I think this is such a good comp for Belfast. They have so much comfort in this.
It's like giving Fiora to Ikao van LoL, but now there's also the possibility that the Aurora will be played on top lane, which isn't necessarily like a bad matchup for the Fiora because Raider is still playing his OTP. But there might still be like a difficult matchup in the
Yeah.
broader sense, depending on what's getting picked up on mid lane, and that's going to be the Twisted Fate, which
Okay,
is a champion that we haven't seen in a while.
my unhinged take. Smolder and Nico have the same nose.
Do you think they're related?
I mean,
Look, you gotta ask the
they
important
could be.
questions, okay? So, like, if it comes up, we have to talk about it now. Like, they
Yeah.
could be, yeah,
One's a
maybe.
dragon, the other one is wait,
Half a Scion.
They're
yeah,
probably
nah,
half
it's
siblings. You know, like
it's different, right? Because let's see, you have
They're
Vastayan,
cousins.
you have Nidalee, who's Uvicat, and then Nico is what was like that race called again?
I thought she was a half a Scion.
I am not
I,
so deep in the lore. Like,
it's like a primordial version of like a Vastayan, so it's like an earlier like cousin kind of thingy.
oh, cousins,
It's
yeah,
not
maybe.
necessarily half.
Well,
So
let's
what
see.
you're saying is Nico is Smolder's aunt. That's what I just
Uh,
picked from what you were trying
Well,
to
that
say.
It
makes
kind of
that
depends
makes
how
Nico.
far from each other's like Vastayans, quote unquote, and dragons are related.
But like, yeah, I was just going to say, what that means. Nico is Smolder's
No,
mom's sister.
Nico is Uvicat. Yeah.
I
I'm
mean, it could be like aunt removed, you know?
maybe. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, let's talk about the draft again and talk about what we expect to happen here, because I gotta say, even though I'm of course still rooting for Broad, I really like the Belfast draft. I think they did a really good job with that one, putting in so much comfort and getting them into a position where maybe winning this next game will put them. I mean, it will of course put them at match point if they do, but it makes their chances look a lot better for actually getting there and doing it.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think the draft is really well done. They have so much like big AoE things they kind of just want to clump up. I mean, you have the Fiora ultimate that when it gets procced, you just want to stand in it and get healed. You have the Nico that's just, you know, Nico and Wukong, as you mentioned earlier, they synergize really well together. And then you have Azir just chilling in the back, just going poke, poke, poke. Oh, you're dead. My bad.
Yeah, I don't
And I
know.
don't know. I'm a Jin hater. I hate Jin. No, get rid of it.
I I kind of get it because I always feel that Jin is a very specific, like it takes a very specific type of AD carry to play Jin. Because for example, if we have ADCs that are very carry oriented, very forward, I always feel like, oh, it's such a shame to put them on Jin because he's so immobile and he's more of a let's say he's more of a supportive AD carry pick, like he sets up very nicely, but he usually doesn't put
More
on the
utility pick.
carry pants himself so much. And then I always feel like, oh,
Funny
it's kind of
part
sad.
is, I always feel like there are Jins also in UCAL that get into positions where they can take over a game where they get like 3 or 4 kills in laning phase. But then what happens most of the time is that these kind of Jins tend to roam around with the team and drop a lot of waves. So then most of the time in the later stage of the game, you're like, oh wait, I was ahead because of my kills, but now I'm also 50 CS down on my enemy AD carry because I haven't been matching them. I've just been looking for kills and, well, you can't always find them. And then you get yourself into a situation where you're not late game Jin, with 100% crit chance, are you actually blowing up everyone on the map, not just squishes but also tanks?
Yeah.
And now you're in this mid game where you're awkward, you're not necessarily dealing a lot of damage, and the enemy carry has had enough time that they're now on their 3-item power spike, like a Jinx or whatever. Or in this case, you're playing versus Smolder, who now gets 225 stacks, and now he will start snowballing the game. So hopefully, if Spark gets a lead, he knows how to pilot that. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to be just once again rather difficult to pilot the Jhin properly.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree. I also feel like he's so immobile that he can easily get caught out, especially by something like the Nico that has the backline dive threat, mostly. So I don't know. It's hard for me to see this broad draft work out well. Like I understand the approach.
I'm seeing Akkers going hard. Like Raider is not
Yeah.
having a fun time on the top
Yeah.
lane. He is like already 10 CS down ish, and his health bar is also not having the best time. Akkers might even go in for a kill. Could have been Raider dead already, only 3 minutes in.
Definitely.
And if I remember correctly, if Akers plays it right, the wave was pushing towards him too.
It will bounce, probably, depending on how Raider can now hit the wave.
I wonder
But
if
then the next question, of course, becomes like, does Akkers even want to freeze, or does he want to get perma pressure onto Raider,
nice
so
hook.
he just cannot play the game, and even junglers can't help him?
Oh, the flash has to be pulled. They're stepping forward. That's the first blood again going over to Pop. Has been doing a good job at picking up those early kills. But now the clone's being used as an escape tool. But I honestly, I like this. I like punishing the Smolder early on, because the more you can delay his progress, the more time you, of course, buy for your own team when it comes to this ginormous late game factor that Belfast have drafted for themselves.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I looked away for a second, but okay, make it a 1-for-1, I guess, or like a 2-for-1 rather. But like, huh?
Yeah. Okay, we're getting a replay. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see this. What happened here? So the hook connects the root as well. Okay, he's just tanking a shit ton of turret
Oh.
aggro. The clone is buying so much
That
time
was
as well.
that was really nice. The moment that Spark flashed in with the 4-shot active that then would have killed the Nico, Nico went into her clone form, which canceled the auto attack.
That's crazy. That's crazy that worked. But I mean, it's still fine. I think it's still
Raider's
fine.
gonna have a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, big surprise. As there is now 3 people chasing him down. Has to lose his flash.
Oh, can we count
Interesting.
minions?
Oh god, no. No, we can't. Apparently we cannot count. Apparently counting is very hard, but I get it. Like I see a blue buff wandering in my lane and I still don't get that that's weird. You know, like the blue buff is right next to me and I still think, no, everything's normal. Like surely that's fine.
In QQR's defense, if that first melee minion is walking up and you cannot see like the rest of the wave yet, I'd also understand that if this melee minion also has like the nastiest footwork, it's like, wild spaghetti code again? Like, come on, guys. When are we going to fix? Oh, it wasn't spaghetti code. It was Nico.
It was just
I mean,
Nico.
there's also this really cool button called tab.
Ew, no. Ew. Who does that?
Fair.
Ew.
Valid.
What are you saying?
We're not using that one in this household.
I only press tab in game when I want to see how hard the rest of my team is inting, and then it's like 0-8 like mid lane, 0-7 jungle, random Senna top. Like, how am I supposed to play this game? That's the only time that I press tab.
I usually just play with my screen turned off, so you know.
Yeah.
Solves a lot of
You,
issues.
you embrace the innerly Sin main.
Exactly. As we are looking to maybe see some more action on the spot lane, the root is coming through. However, you're still getting caught behind enemy lines. That's again the feat of warfare. Secured for Broad 3 times in a row. And I gotta say, I really, really like their early game today. I feel like their overall early game in the first 10-ish minutes has been looking pretty good.
QQR is sacrificing a lot for it because he's going to lose like a full wave on mid lane. Didn't shove it out first, and we already saw that he had been fighting Limsey a lot because he came in with fairly low HP bar. And since he did swap his summoner spell with Unsealed Spellbook from teleport to ignite, there's also no way to get back to your wave fast. So it is good that you can invest things like this, but it also is like a huge EXP deficit you're giving yourself against the, let's say, feared Azir from Limsey, because, well, if you play one champion so many times with so much success, you cannot really allow it to be alone for most of the game.
Yeah.
You'd say, at the very least.
That's very
Definitely.
fair, but the thing is, they left it open on purpose, knowing it was going to get picked, right?
Fair, fair. I'm really interested to see how this Fiora is going to work out because I feel like she does have a lot of outplay potential with the riposte and everything. But
no.
there's again 3 people coming in between worlds already used, and he doesn't have his flash yet. Ultimate also already down, so that's another kill. Going over to Broad, first kill for Akkers, and that of course puts them in a good position to maybe even move towards these void grubs. We see that Belfast are looking to maybe find a way to contest it, but they are at a numbers disadvantage. Yes, the poke is good, and Pop is tanking a lot of damage here, so maybe they can at least deny it for the moment. But oof, this early game again, not easy for Belfast Storm at all.
Yeah, I mean, we have to hope that the scaling is enough for them because this time I do think that the side of Belfast Storm is the one I would favor in the scaling game. But even then, just the fact that they have a Twisted Fate allows for so many picks being made across the map. So if ever, for example, Fiora steps up too far, it can just be so quick that she gets collapsed on.
Yeah, definitely. We can see Belfast, though, being able to pick up all 3 Void Grubs. I think that is the best case scenario for them, especially looking at how hard this topside has been so far. I'm not sure going into a little bit of a proxy situation is the best call here, but I like that Broad are actually proactively looking to take away resources from Roulette, but they might get caught out a little bit. Maybe it's enough for a small chicken nugget here and there, but it's definitely a bit of a sticky situation.
Oh my god, seeing all those Jhin traps everywhere is giving me PTSD from facing Teemo in lane.
Relatable.
Good thing is that when you're playing versus a Teemo and you stand into a Noxious trap, you instantly lose like 20% of your HP bar. And with Jhin, you have time to walk out of the trap before you actually take damage, which is still negligible in a certain way, unless you're playing versus an AP Jhin, but that only happens when you're playing solo queue against a man who plays League of Legends on the keyboard, so... I have seen the TikToks, I'm not that old yet.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. No, surely you're not that old yet, right? Yeah. Well,
Oh, fighting in the bot lane.
a little bit of fighting is a
Jhin
depth
holding
charge.
up worth shot for so
Mommy.
long.
Mom came to help, but what? Here comes QQR, and he's just like, I have ultimate. I'm just gonna ult into your backline, and then we'll see if you can still dodge this with all the clones you have on your team. But yeah, honestly, I think the funniest thing about Nico Wukong in the same game, in the same team, is Nico can cosplay as Wukong, then use a Wukong clone, while Wukong also uses a Wukong clone, and you have 4 Wukongs on the map. Just putting it out there because I think that's funny. You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm thinking of ways how we can like expand the amount of Wukongs we can have on the map. but it's difficult. Maybe if you also have an Illaoi on the enemy team and you pull out the Wukong Soul, you now have 5 Wukongs.
Damn, yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
So many options.
How can we cover the Rift and Bananas?
Oh, Lord.
Maybe we'll go into arena and give the LeBlanc passive to Wukong as well.
Oh yeah, true. And to Nico whilst in Wukong form.
Damn.
Yep.
I'm seeing potential. I'm seeing potential.
And then we'll call up Annie, Yorick, and Ivern as well, and just make all of the like ultimates dress up as Wukong.
Now we're talking about custom skins, so I don't think we're getting there.
All right. Well, let's talk about the Drake attempt here instead, because Abroad are looking to pick up their second dragon of the game. And so far, I'm not entirely sure Belfast are looking to contest it. I think they might prefer to pick up a wave here and there. Again, it's really important for the Smolder to hit the stacks, which is also something we need to, look out for, because it's of course not in the classic overlay. So once someone hovers Smolder, we have to check on the stacks. But no one wants to hover Smolder, so well.
Nah, we want to look for a cheese play in the bot lane, but Broad also thinks of their own plan. Nothing yet, though.
Oh, looking at the gold. Oh, that is quite a gold lead on the ADCs.
I was just about to say, like, also mid lane 1k ahead already for QQR, but yeah, the lead on bot lane must be the most significant one. So let's see if they can keep it up. Again, we've talked about the 20-minute mark. I think in game 2, the 20-minute mark didn't hit too hard for Broad, but they didn't end up actually, getting the win on the board. So let's see if they can secure the feats of strength as well. They have been picking up a massive amount of platings here on the spot lane turret. And so far, Belfast haven't really been able to match that lane aggression, because that's also a decent CS lead here for Spark.
Spark is playing that like really well game on the Jhin, but it still once again comes back into the place of, can he keep this performance going, or is he going to start to keep grouping for objectives and give some space for Fuyu to actually start scaling up a little bit? So that's probably where the real difference maker is going to be coming in. For now, I'd almost would have liked to say I'm waiting for him to take a reset to spend the gold lead that he actually has on Fuyu, because thus far in items they're currently equal, but we've already seen that he's around 1.5k ahead, so we also want to see that in spent gold.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also that Twisted Fate on the mid lane that by now has printed 150 times, let's say an average of 3 gold per passive stack is around 450 gold extra over your average champion on this CS
Yeah.
number. Oh,
Oh, shutdown.
The flash was just a little bit too early or too late.
that's
Yeah.
great though.
Oof, Zeta
for
has to be a
you.
little careful. At least they pick up this kill. It's very important. You know, Smolder gets the kill, has to use ultimate cleanse and flash, which is a big investment. But I think in this scenario, you take it.
Close
95
the gap.
stacks. Still a little bit of stacking to go before he actually becomes the best version of himself. As we can see, another flash coming out here for the Fiora, trying to stay alive somehow. And so far, the Between Worlds of that Aurora has been doing a whole lot of work. Herald dropping relatively low, though. Nice zoning going on here for the side of Belfast. They might not be able to cut. They steal the Herald.
There's Akkers.
FML, how do you steal that Herald? That's crazy, as they're looking to keep playing the fight. The next kill for Akkers coming through. Little Pants, of course, dropping down. Curtain calls being used. The snipe comes through. Another one hits. Oh my god, it's the double kill for the Jhin. And Barot are unleashed. They get the ace. They stole the Herald somehow. I don't know. But damn, I
Did
did
Pop
not
just
expect
walk?
this.
did Pop just walk up and press smite? That's
Was it even him
almost highly
stealing
criminal.
it? Like, was it him getting the steal?
I thought so. We're gonna see it now.
Yeah, he's just
Live
walking
action
up.
replay.
We're-
Hey, just doing trundle things,
The eye.
walking
Oh my god.
away, walking up.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
someone procked the eye and then he just bopped it.
That's crazy. Oh Lord.
He walked up and took a bite out of it. That was enough to take it down. And then, like, the entirety of the rest of the team fight, just disaster for Belfast Storm. Even after, like, you finally had, like, a sort of win condition to play around because you closed the gold gap between the two AD carries with Smolder getting the shutdown and now getting to spend that extra gold. And now that lead is just entirely gone again with Jin just getting a double kill, being in a good position after respawning.
Yeah.
And it feels like we just have to go back to start. You do not receive 200 gold. Like, it's an unfortunate series of events. If you're a Belfast Storm enjoyer, if you're a Blood and Friends fan, you're like, this is the best scenario that could have been after the shutdown on Spark.
Yeah.
Yeah, also this is just in general the best early game we've seen from either team now. Just we're at 18 minutes and we have a convincing gold lead for the first time. I mean, if we think back last game, we were like 100 gold apart at this point in the game, and now look at this.
Look,
Can, by the way, someone from Broad, if they really wanted first tower, can just walk up to bot tower and just sneeze on it and it will fall.
no, sneezing is
It
Smolder's
literally
thing.
has like 1 HP.
Sneezing is Smolder's
fair.
stuff, okay? Like, if you want to sneeze, then
Okay,
that's...
QQR, throw a card against it. Like, even with like the most like non-sharp card you can throw against it, you will take this tower. It is standing on life support.
That's actually... Honestly, if you would have told me maybe like 2 months ago that Broad would look this good in finals, I would have called you bluff. I'm not gonna lie. I would have probably said, yeah, sure. But here we are. This game looks very
There goes bot
nice.
tower. He actually threw a card against it.
I'm
my
not
man.
gonna jinx it, okay? I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy the show. And be like, they're doing good for now. Good for them.
Do you have like a favorite moment from UCal with Blood and Friends this season?
Oh no,
I-
not again, Raider.
I don't think. Ooh, yeah, no. This is definitely not Raiders' favorite moment with Broad and Friends in the UKL this season, as the Cyclone goes over the wall, but he will
Nice.
only end up dead
Oh,
himself. That's 2 quick kills again for Broad. I think my favorite moment with Broad was not an in-game moment. It was just meeting people at the NLC finals in Stockholm and being able to put a face to the org in a way. Like that was
That
really
way.
cool. And that's also where I saw the jersey for the first time, and I got to see Dubby, who's very tall, wearing a relatively small Broad jersey. So that was just a memory that I hold very dear to my heart. But yeah,
I think like one of my favorite moments from Blood and Friends during regular UCal split this season was one of the first times I was on. I got the cast with Middle Cold. We were doing a Blood and Friends games, and there was a silent ult that crashed the replay.
oh yeah,
And
oh I remember
we were
that.
just
Yes.
we were just talking a bit about like, okay, where will the game go, blah blah blah, and out of nowhere we just get a pop-up Broad
Broad win.
wins.
Yeah, I remember. I was
Wait,
there.
what just happened? And they couldn't recover the replay file. All we just got was just a
Yeah.
message Broad win, and we knew that Broad. And Middlecott brought that news so well.
It was
like
so
this is
funny,
one of the
yeah.
most genuine surprises that was so fun to watch.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I was in analysis for that, I think. Like, it was a good moment. I enjoyed it. We, of course,
Just out of nowhere.
yeah, it was really good. We just saw that, Spark got picked up there on that top side. But in the meantime, the rest of the team was able to push the waves a little further, pick up more turrets, and keep let's say the pressure alive. With the next Drake spawning in about 2.5 minutes, it would be the soul for Broad already.
We was on 150 stacks, and around 22, 23 minutes, you would like to have your Elder Dragon execute already, but we're not really on schedule with that yet.
Yeah.
And we gotta pause.
No
Yep.
way.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
God.
about to just say.
So when we get out of this pause, we will just get a message saying Broad wins,
Broadway.
right? And
Oh my!
then-
If this is what, okay, but
Then we
I
know.
swear to God, if that is happening, I cannot. I no,
Okay, no, we're back in game.
Okay, thank God. I am like I got scared for a second, but it would also be funny because middle card is on the desk again. As we can see, another little catch happening here. With QQR
He's
going
playing this
down.
really well.
Ooh, they're looking to go for it with the curtain call, trying to snipe it away, but he doesn't quite have the vision to actually hit it. But that dropped very low. That is a very low health bar for several members here on the side of Belfast, as now Abroad are going for the
Zeta.
chase. They are picking up the kill onto the
Pop is
Nico.
still going
They
in.
might actually be moving further forward. Pop is looking for something, as we kind of see the objective bounty coming through.
Raider. Oh no, Raider, you absolute beast.
Yeah.
Taking that reset.
Machine.
That actually requires cojones.
He was like,
oh
I'm
my
going
God.
home right here, right now. Watch me.
And no one face checks the bush. And it all started here. Just Akkers and Raider, just fighting in each other's faces again.
Yeah, not
And
ideal.
it was just one attack away from proccing that Fiora ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine how differently this fight would have gone.
Well,
Oh,
it has
meanwhile,
become.
we're just
Oh
doing
God,
Atakan.
no,
We're
not
doing
the
Atakan.
Atakan again. Hell.
There
okay
is
this
no
time.
one in position for Belfast Storm
Yeah.
to contest it from the looks of it.
Well, that's good, I guess. I don't know. Very.
This is the first acceptable Atakan.
This does increase the gold lead for Blood and Friends to like almost 10k.
Wait,
That's
who
a
joined?
huge gold lead.
Oh,
Oh.
AC is back.
He's back.
Hey.
He's back.
I noticed that something was still going down. So how are we doing? What did I miss?
We are at 1-1. We're
Um,
actually having a series, and Broad are not looking too shabby in game 3 so far.
You missed a spicy draft, and now we're at the point where Broad is 7,000 gold ahead of Belfast Storm. Probably one of the biggest gold leads we've seen thus far during this time in the game.
Oh.
Wait, how do we get to a Fiora point? What's the Fiora angle here? Was it blind?
Uh,
yeah.
No,
It
was the
I mean,
last
yes,
pick.
but no,
Yeah.
because Aurora was a flex pick, yeah.
yeah, Aurora was a flex pick, and they picked Fiora last, but it is like a comfort pick, a pocket pick for Raider. So it was
Yeah,
expected.
we've seen Raiders Fiora in the head-to-head against Akkers' Dino Gnar. So therefore, you could say that it's probably one of his best performing champions. But in this game, it is not looking like what it should look like.
Yeah, he's definitely having a bit of a roughie. Now Broad also able to pick up the Chemtech Dragon Soul. And their lead is snowballing very nicely. However, there is still a Smolder on the side of Belfast Storm. So there may be some hope. It's not a lot, but it is a dragon, and he has his mom right by his side. So we'll see.
So my concern
will
here
say-
is... Yeah, go on, sorry.
If Belfast managed to hold on for 20 more minutes, I think they will win.
Have you
That is
noticed, by the
why-
way, that Smolder is hitting 3 items before Jin's doing? Okay, well, Jin just bought it. And I
Yeah.
feel like it's mostly because Fuyu actually sold his Doran's item, which is not necessarily the most efficient thing to do. But the fact that a 2-on-3 Smolder was ahead in completed items for a bit against the 6-and-2 Jin also shows a lot about the amount of shutdowns he's been taking thus far.
Yeah. No, definitely. Smolder sticks. Someone check Smolder sticks.
So my issue is, Smolder
Yep.
is definitely a carry, and so is Limsey on the Azir. But there's nobody to buy space for them. Because Fiora's not going to frontline for you. Nico's not
Is it
going to
Nico?
frontline for you.
And Nico's
Wukong
going to
is-
hit a 5-man ultimate, and then Wukong's going to hit a 5-man ultimate, and then,
Sure.
then you're fine, right?
But the amount of disengage that Broad have with the Aurora plus the TF, they can always have eyes on Belfast if they want to. Like every time they're in doubt, should we walk into this brush? It's okay, QQR can press R and we'll be safe.
And Brod's
no
just
way
going
this is
to,
allowed, right?
yeah, they're just going to start Baron off the end of it. They know because of the blue trinket.
Depth charges already
Yeah,
used
and they
up.
also can press. They can press R at any time with QQR. The same statement stands here. So if they're in doubt, they can just where are they? R it out. If they need to, they'll disengage. But they want to go right on top of VSG here.
Oof, this is
I guess they're just giving the
Interesting.
Baron.
blue trinket coming through. So they are trying to go for a little bit of a cross map play here, Belfast. They are, of course, at a numbers disadvantage. However, they will be answered right away. With Eckers being able to move relatively freely, we can see the DPS towards the Baron working out quite nicely as well. Was there a curtain call? No, there was no curtain call. Okay, my
was
vision
Smolder
was
ultimate.
glitching. It looked a little wonky. But that's the Baron.
Smolder almost at the stacks. He's at 221 now.
Ooh, that's very close. That is actually very close. That might be the big game changer here for Belfast. Or like, rather, it has to be the big game changer for Belfast, because if that's not enough, I don't see a way how they will win. Like, it has to be Smolder.
It's like the fact that it's not a guaranteed cop out in that regard just makes it so difficult, because you can just, if there's a position where the Smolder oversteps by even an inch or like by a millimeter, whatever kind of metrics that we're using, then your win condition is just dead,
Yeah, fair.
and no one else is gonna change it.
Man, oh man, oh man. Okay. It's getting very close. Whoever wins this game will, of course, put themselves at match point. So, this could be a very important win. Also looking at the momentum of both of these teams. But yeah, this Fiora has not been having the best time. He went straight into the face of the Jhin. And now you gotta dance. You gotta
the
dance.
fancy
You
feet.
gotta dance. You gotta dance. Dance one more time.
Oh.
The hook's coming through. In the end, it's not going to be the curtain call picking up the kill, but QQR instead. But, woof. Damn. Damn.
All of
damn,
resources
damn.
baited there. Like QQR also invested his teleport and ultimate to get there, because he was on bot lane at one point and he TP'd to top tower and then he ulted towards the Fiora. But I don't know if that's the amount of resource you are fine with, that's enough to take out of a play like this.
Ooh, Mom is coming through. Maybe they can pick something up here, but Spark finds the kill on Little Pants relatively easily. He
Oh
makes
my
it a
God,
double kill.
Spark.
That Wukong
Spark,
also
hello?
dies. Spark is completely unleashed today, by the way. I feel like Spark has been playing really, really well in game one, but also I don't remember him making any big mistakes in game two either. And even here on the Jhin, that might not be the most, on the nose carry oriented
Oh,
champion. He's doing a great job. I mean, look at him. He's on a rampage. He picked up the kill versus the Azir as well. And now with the Baron buff, they're
Say
just
that
looking to step
we-
forward.
That we didn't trust the Jhin pick at first because it rarely takes over games, and then to see Spark's response to that by just saying, nah, I'd win, is just amazing.
Let me take over the game.
The thing is, no, it's just Jhin is a very snowball-oriented champion. If he gets early leads, it's really hard to pull him back. Because, like, as far as AD carries go, I think very little AD carries snowball as hard or fizzle out as hard as Jhin.
Yeah.
You could say, oh, Misfortune's also snowball, but do not compare a fourth shot Jhin to a Misfortune. Because that thing stings. Look at that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, I love my MF, and I love my MF once she hits certain items, but I get your point. I'm not gonna lie.
Jhin is, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Jhin is the Renekton of AD carries. It's like, you're
Yeah,
useless if you
I can
fall
see
off
it.
behind, but you are so hard to take out, and such a big damage threat if you're left to your own devices.
Well, I must say that in cases that games go really, really long, there are moments that as a Jhin you have very little impact in the game, but you still manage to hit the full build, and then you still 1 or 2 shot people because
Yeah.
your crit modifiers are insane when you hit full build, even though it probably shouldn't be that way. But there are just so many moments where people are ahead on Jhin early, they try to snowball by over-rotating, sacrificing waves, not getting anything out of it, and now you've just thrown your entire lead whilst you're playing into champions like Smolder, like Sivir, that just scale up. And it's so nice to see Spark just not having that issue and being able to keep the ball rolling, because that is what you need on a pick like this.
I mean, look
Oh,
at the
roulette is
damage on the side lane here. Like, on the side lanes, yes, Fuyu gets the kill, but Akers does as well. That's no jungler here for the side of
So
Belfast.
still doing Elder. Okay, it's
Oh,
down.
jeez.
That's Elder. Oh my, yeah, okay.
Forward.
That's Elder buff. That's Elder buff right there. Like, Smolder is all cute and stuff, but I'm not sure Mom is going to be enough to turn this one around because they have to find a way to reset here. Otherwise, Brod will take us to match point. And they
Just done with it.
interrupted. Oh, that's good. That's so good. The interruption there was so important.
The fact that Pop there secures the Elder Dragon and just flashes over the wall, like, guys, this game's over.
We're
Whether you like it or
ending.
not,
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure this game's over after securing Elder Dragon.
Yeah, amazing. Really, really well played by Brod and friends here. I gotta say, very convincing win.
So it brings us to a match point for Brother and Friends, which is, well, is it really that unexpected? Is like the question I'd like to ask. Because, of course, in chat we had a couple people saying quick 3-0 for Belfast Storm. They had a really nice run throughout the entirety of the regular season and the upper bracket. And now,
Not on my
well,
bingo card.
yeah, but Brod comes in. They barely managed to hang on through an entire run through the lower bracket. And now they're here just showing up. Like, it feels like that there's nothing stopping this team that was first to be doubted, that they were even going to be here in the first place.
I mean, I think especially during the past few weeks and the playoffs stage, I feel like we could constantly see them improve. And at the point where they were close to making finals, I think that was the first time when I was like, okay, they might actually do it this time around. Like, they might actually get there. And then once they actually hit finals, I still felt like, just judging from how the split has been going for Belfast, of course they come in as the favorites to win the entire thing because they have been, working wonders. But it's not like I would have counted Brod out completely. I was just feeling like, Belfast's probably going to win, but I did expect Brod to take games off of them. Did I expect them to be at match point at this point in the evening? No, but I'm very happy to see it because Brod as an org, they have been trying so hard to get here. I mean, maybe today is the day.
I don't know how to respond to that statement. Maybe today is the day. It's just so awkward seeing Belfast, who have looked leagues above the rest of the teams, get shown up in LAN after, even during the interviews, they looked dominant, they looked confident, but it's like Brod actually brought their A game and they were hiding it from us this whole time.
But do you think,
Maybe
is it
today
nerves?
really is. Yeah, go for it.
No, I was just
The what now?
wondering, is it nerves? Like, what is it?
LAN buff, clearly. I don't know why, but there's a clear LAN buff going on here. Because this is not the Brod and Friends that we were expecting. And for some reason, there was a Brod and Cabbage there.
Brod and
graph on the
cabbage.
screen,
Gotta love those.
which really confused me. But please tell me what that was.
Well,
I don't really think that any of us go far enough back into the scene to understand those metrics, because it was also talking about UKIL 2024, and I don't think any of us were casting UKIL back then.
I mean,
No,
let me think.
I was just gonna say that, yeah, like, maybe you're right. Maybe today is the day. I mean, maybe today is the day that, unfortunate circumstances
Oh, God.
reach Belfast.
Unforeseen
Unforeseen
circumstances are having
Somehow
an
we've all read the
impact.
script.
Well,
you know what? Like, to me, I don't even know if you can say whether it's the nerves, right? Because when I already can't remember whether it was last week, but I believe it was last week. We had our own finals within the Benelux League with Road of Legends. We had a finals between a team that basically instantly placed into finals because they ended up first seed in our competition against the second seed that basically won the semifinals.
Yeah.
And most people expected Zen IT, which is the team, to win again because they've been completely dominant throughout the rest of the year. Yes, they switched out 2 players, but also on EMEA performances all really, really well. During regular split, they're scrimming opponents that more Benelux teams can actually dream of, instead of just scrimming Prime League 2 or 3 or like some lower division. They actually can get scrims in like LVP 1 or LFL 1,
Yeah.
LFL 2, those kind of teams. And then they came to LAN and there was not even a like glimpse left of the Zen IT we knew before. And whether it is nerves or you're playing on a completely different desktop with like different mouse or keyboard, or maybe even just the desk itself that has a different form of friction for your mouse, like all of those things can be difference makers in clutch situations when you have to make a mechanical difference maker, which is then of course undoable where you're not used to a setup. So I wonder whether it would be just nerves or whether there is more to it
Yeah.
than just your own physical well-being in that regard.
Well, we will figure it out maybe after a short break because we're going to a possible match point game here for Broad, or maybe Belfast can find a way to come back and put us to 5 games. Until then, let's all catch a little bit of a break, grab something to drink, grab a snack. Hello, everyone. We are back with our wonky donkey watch party stream. Hope everyone is still as excited as we are because Broad are actually at a match point, which, from what I've heard, not a lot of people expected that to happen.
Yeah, or maybe if we looked at the predictions of the talent on screen. Oh, speaking of, there we
Speaking
go.
of.
It's like they heard me.
Awesome.
You
They
know-
hear us, but we don't hear them. It's awesome. This is a great technical evolution that is happening here.
I'm surprised this many people actually predicted Broad and Friends to win at LAN. Not gonna lie.
The question is how many of those people genuinely predicted it, and how many of them predicted it for like the memes?
That's a great question. One I would not be able to answer because my vote was on Belfast Storm, but I have been since quite corrected because I thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Belfast, considering, all they've shown us so far and the consistency. But LAN changes people. LAN makes you more prone to mistakes, and by golly, if the audience is unforgivable, and I'm sure they're feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always like a 50-50 thing. People are either really buffed by it, by the atmosphere. Like I just got a Jolly tweeting at me being like, "Yo, can you hear the chants from the venue?" And I'm like, "Well, sadly not, but I bet it's awesome." And I think that's the thing, It can either give you wings and catapult you to the next level of gameplay, or it can also be something that makes you really, really nervous, especially with a crowd being around, especially with, being on a different setup. Like stuff like that must have a huge impact. And like, I remember it from like Prime League finals as well, where our players were not complaining, but they had issues with the lighting in the venue because some of the lights were blinding them while playing. And that's, of course, a disaster, and then all of that has an impact on your concentration, your mental, like stuff like that. And I think we underestimate how, yes, it can be really, really awesome, but it can also be really, really stressful.
Were the players at the Prime League finals also complaining about those don't really know how you call them, but like those inflatable sticks that you can like
The
That you
thunder
clap
sticks?
with?
yeah, the thunder sticks, because we had players that were really annoyed by the fact that on the first row there were people with the thunder sticks that they could hear during the
Oh,
game.
please. Oh, please.
No, I don't think
nothing
so.
beats old-fashioned lands with players screaming across the room for each other, towards each
Oh,
other.
True.
those were indeed also great times. That you're
We
like
were
in this
happy and we
really-
didn't realize it.
You're
Yeah.
in this really big sports center with like 5 or maybe even like 8 rows of, let's say, 20 people playing their own game, and then there's this one competitive game where, let's say, one team wins one round against another team, and you just hear both teams just screaming at each other through the room just to make sure the mental games won. Those are indeed the times.
Yeah. No, I think for most of them that wasn't even the worst thing. Like, also depends on what team you're in, but one team in Prime League finals had a lot more louder fans than the other one, and they could always hear like the chants of the enemy team being so loud. So that was something. But we had some players there that are very, very experienced, so they did not they weren't bothered by it at all. But it was like, for example, the lighting from the top of the stage coming down that was blinding them, or the backdrop, the LED wall behind them was very bright white and lavender colored, and that was reflecting on their screens while playing. But that's, of course, something you can't change because that was the layout or like the color scheme of the Prime League summer split. So they couldn't just get rid of that. And then they were kind of like, well, both teams have that issue, so I guess you got to deal with it because it's the same struggle for both sides, right? But there are so many factors playing a part in that, and I'm really glad I was never in a playing position. I'm happy to be on my caster desk. I'm happy to do crowd activation and interviewing people, but I never want to play on the stage. I think I would choke harder than in solo queue, which is impossible, but I'm sure it would happen. I'm pretty sure.
It kind of depends on the weight you put onto it yourself, right? Because the
Probably,
moment
yeah.
that you switch from like your own desktop to a LAN desktop that's not necessarily your own, it's can also either be an upgrade or a downgrade. Like I remember that when we had our offline finals, we had the AD carry from Zenati Evangeline, who plays at home with a laptop, like
Oh
just your
God.
regular laptop that's like a 50, maybe 40 FPS with a desktop mouse from like HP. And when he came at LAN, he had like an actual normal PC, but he still wasn't used to
Yeah.
the extra peripherals that he got from his organization because he was so used to playing with a regular desktop mouse. That was so insane to see that he's sitting there with an HP mouse whilst everyone else is just sitting there with like a gaming mouse.
Yeah. That's crazy. But I honestly, I love that. We've also had it in Equal Esports Cup this year where I think it was Dunne Bushund, support for Nexus Reapers.
Yes.
She was
In
going out.
because she was on vacation.
She was on vacation. She bought a gaming PC or like a gaming laptop and sat down in a park to play the official. And that's how committed she was to the purpose, you know? Like it's crazy. I love that.
I must say though, for Dunne Bosson, that's just flavor because
Fair.
your name in Dutch is literally like skinny forest dog, and then to game in a forest/park.
Yes.
It's just character building. Like
Yes.
it makes sense.
Facts. No, but that's like I love these little storylines happening on the side, right? Where you also learn a lot about the players, where they come from, and stuff like that. We've had it in the past as well with, I think it must have been someone in a lower division. I'm not sure if it was LFL or if it was in Spain, but someone really just playing with the wonkiest laptop setup, being picked up by a team because that player was immensely talented, but just didn't have the resources to have like a big gaming setup and stuff like that. And he played on that wonky ass setup for a long time, and then once the team actually, made it further to its like throughout the tournament, they actually equipped him with better stuff. But it's awesome to see where these players come from and how far they can make it, even on the shittiest of setups. I used to play on my MacBook, like bro, ew.
I
Back in
believe
the
it's
day.
a similar story actually for Mickey X, right?
Oh yeah, true. I think so. Yeah.
And practically this year we also had a similar kind of story where Giant X with their academy team was playing in the Spanish competition, and their AD carry had visa problems, so they had their academy
Oh,
AD carry
yes.
sub in, and he actually got MVP
Yeah.
for the entirety of like semifinals and finals.
Yeah.
That's also insane to see as a story.
Yeah, that
and it
was
also
crazy.
would probably be really bad in that situation to be the normal AD carry from Giant X because now you're being completely overshadowed and there's also no job security for you in the future because now the Academy AD carry has shown what he can do
Yeah.
and just getting back-to-back MVPs.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, that was an interesting storyline as well. Yeah, I remember that one. But yeah, so definitely everyone has a chance to make it to the big leagues. Everyone has a chance to keep going further. And Broad are actually just one more game away from winning the UKL Summer Split, which is crazy. Like hearing it out loud sounds very surreal, but here we are. But I wonder if that puts some additional pressure on them. Like if they are now in a position where they are so close, they can already taste it. What if that puts them in a position where they will make more mistakes? Like what if they
Knock
get
on wood.
overzealous?
Knock on wood, indeed, just to make sure that the superstition is away.
Okay.
No, I don't think that might be a thing. If anything, Belfast Storm expected an easier setup than what they're having, and right now they're the ones that are mentally boom because you could think, oh, let's just get that big L out of the way so that we can focus on winning now. But no, now that they've lost one, they feel vulnerable. They feel a vulnerability that they haven't felt all the way up until now. And now it's match point, and the pressure is on.
Yeah.
And then you can add you
Yeah,
can basically add to that as well that they didn't just lose game 3, they lost game 3 on most of their comfort champions as well. So
exactly.
they were already fairly early into a series where they were already, well, apparently or like they felt like they had to prioritize their comfort over actual team composition, because normally the further you get into a series, comfort will always help you out. And now you've lost on those champions, so you can both not pick them again when we're getting further into the series. And well, maybe your confidence has taken a hit because you've just lost on the champions you're actually the best at.
Hmm. I also feel like they are with their backs against the wall, and someone in chat wrote it actually, and I think there is some truth to that. You know, Broad have had a lot more practice with having to do the playoffs run that they had to do. You know, I feel like because they have not been winning the entirety of the split, they have had more games, which of course puts them maybe at a bit of a better momentum coming into today because they haven't had the easy route, and Belfast may not be able to match that just now. So let's see as we're getting the next few picks coming through.
Really
Pantheon
early
first pick
Rise
Eel.
lock-in.
Yeah. Yeah, very
Like,
much.
looking Rise this early, not knowing like how many melee champions there will be on the other side, just feels off in a certain way. But then it's also open to Broad, like what do they want to pick into it?
Mhm.
And it feels like Viger is actually an excellent answer into that.
Wow. I'm going to pick up my notes again. Let's see if I find
This
something
Volibear is going
smart.
to go
Ooh.
AP. It's going to be a Cosmic Drive Volibear, mark my words. And if I remember correctly, this is the kind of player that does not go tank after Cosmic Drive. He goes straight into the Navoris,
Yeah.
the Flicker Blades,
It's
which
awesome
should
versus
be fun
tanks.
enough to see.
Yeah. It's
But
really
the problem
good.
is, Pantheon is a high aggro champion that will burst you down, and so that invalidates the whole Volibear sneaking up on you and mauling you as a bear should strategy.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath top lane just tanks everything.
I
Veigar
mean,
mid lane just tanks everything.
I mean, we
Also
have
keep
the
in mind,
Volibear now.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
we have a Volibear whose main form of engage is he runs at you, and then Viger says, Here's the baby cage. Good luck."
Fair. Fair.
But also on top of that, Volibear wants to chomp at people to get that healing back. But you know who has a better chomp? Cho'Gath. He's
Cho'Gath!
the original chomper.
He is the big chungus. The big chompers.
Due for a visual update, honestly. Way overdue.
I mean,
Maybe.
he's trying his
There's
best,
a
you know.
there's a couple of those champions around. Nocturne exists.
Nocturne is fine. Nocturne
I
is usable. He doesn't have a silly walk animation.
well
Have you seen Cho'Gath walk?
I think
I beg to
Cho'Gath's
disagree
walk
about the.
look, Cho'Gath's
Yeah, sorry,
walk
go on.
makes him just it makes him look a little less scary. It makes him look more vulnerable. And that's good because even the biggest mountain of tank is vulnerable in its core. You know?
Cho'Gath's
Yeah, and we
model
don't
is
shame people for
perfect for his what is it, like the toy Cho'Gath skin. Like his model
Oh
is
yeah,
perfect
fair.
for that
That's
because
true.
the silly movement is just
That's true.
perfect for a skin like that.
I raise you, gentleman Cho'Gath.
Gentleman Cho'Gath should actually get an update. I'm so sorry, but if I really want to have some cheese with my wine, and that's the only joke for my legendary skin, I am sorry. I need some new voice lines.
Well, we can see a lot of the bands coming through now towards that bot lane. Very support focused with the Karma going out as well. And now the question kind of stands again what they are going to pick towards that bot side. We've talked a little bit about the AD carry champion pool, of course, getting minimized maybe the most. But there are still some very volatile picks that you can go with. Xayah, of course, being banned, but there's still an option to go with a Kaisa maybe. You still have something like Zeri if you want to go more for the hypercarry route.
It's
Yunara.
almost surprising that Kaisa hasn't been picked up yet, because Kaisa is one of those champions that, in general, positioning-wise, isn't punished as often as other AD carries because you have a free repositioning tool in your ultimate, and it also allows for a lot of AD carries that, if you're one of the greedy AD carries that really likes to catch some waves on side lane before actually joining a fight, you can now do that because you catch the side wave, you suddenly see the neural activation your stacks onto someone, and you fly into the fight and change the fight as well, instead of having to be in position for the beginning of the fight and having to leave the wave at the same time.
Oh,
Helios.
oh, that is.
That's a skill
I
check.
want to say that's brave. Yeah, that definitely. I want to say
Wait,
that's
has
brave.
Holland's not been picked so far?
It has.
It has. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And so
just
has
a hover.
Alistar. I was wondering, are you even allowed to hover these? Because those have already been picked.
I mean,
Please
you
lock
can
in-
hover what you want, but it's not gonna go through, right?
Please lock in these champions.
And then you get a penalty for looking at
Zillion.
champion that's
Oh,
already been
Zillion
picked.
is cool.
Old boy!
I like this.
Speaking of people and updates required for some skins.
Oh yes, 100%. Like, if we're talking about chunky old models, a Zillion is also like top priority on the list.
Fair. I can see that. Ooh, I was just about to say Caitlyn is also an option, but definitely not the easiest one, in my opinion. I'm not sure about Kai'Sa into
Caitlin's
Aphelios.
not in the best state.
Yeah, but Caitlyn is like really, really hard to play, so I think Kai'Sa is
Oh.
definitely the safer pick here for Fuyu.
We will see if we get.
If you would have said that
repeat-
like 5 years ago, that Caitlyn's really difficult to play, like people would have ridiculed,
Yeah, I
like
know. They would have
probably
laughed.
ridiculed you. But now I completely get where it comes from, because this champion has had so many nerfs just on base damage, because else like, oh, I have long range, I click,
Yeah.
I'm early game bully, there's no way you can lane against me. And now that the power there is gone, you really need to snowball, or you're just not really a champion.
Yeah, 100%. And
But
it's
it is. Yeah, go for it.
no,
Here's the
it's
Kai'Sa.
I just wanted to say that it's also like really hard to play, because even if you're even on the champion, it does not work. Like you have to get ahead on Caitlyn. So Kai'Sa definitely the better choice here, right?
Very true, but you have to keep in mind it is a Kai'Sa when there is a Viger on the enemy team. So we'll see if
Fair.
the iconic moment of ulting into Viger cage happens again.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to see that. I'm not gonna lie. That might be a little depressing to watch. I hope if it happens, it only happens once, because if it happens twice, I will lose it. I will stop the stream if that happens twice. We're done.
Finally have both sides of the drafts now, and I don't know if this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I really prefer the Broad draft more than the over the Belfast draft. It feels like everything has like a countermeasure of what the enemy has. Like Aphelios is a champion that really likes to be engaged upon, and that is something that, well, with the Kai'Sa you like to dive into the fights. And then on the other side you have the Veigar, basically also as a counter for the Ryze, because Ryze wants to play into a lot of melee champions, and there's actually a lot of range built into the Broad composition. And if all else fails, there's the Zillion. And we all know the ancient text saying "can't Killian the Zillion," and
Oh, wow,
it
yeah.
doesn't even go for just the Zillion. It can go for like everyone in this team. I really like this draft. That it's now being put as Belfast Storm draft, but I believe that was Blood and Friends draft.
It must have been Broad. I mean, they picked Veigar, which is one of QQR's champion pool picks coming into the UKEL, so I would be surprised if it was the other way around. But let's double check. Let's see. Maybe this will unveil it. Apart from the jungle, of course, because we will have the same jungler twice.
It's normal!
No, wait, it's normal!
Yeah, it's Broad packing the Veigar. The thing is, Broad's composition is way easier to execute. You just put on the cage and you deal damage. That's it. There's no repositioning with the Ryze. There's no mega 5 million IQ engage with the Rakan. It's a super easy comp to execute. The hardest champion there to play individually is going to be the Aphelios, because of the guns and the setup that you need. But the rest of the composition is so easy to execute that Broad don't really need to think too hard about how they want the lanes to go. They just need to think about how they want to rotate.
Well, let's see if Broad can actually manage to win this split with this game. They are at match point, so if they manage to win here, Summer Split is theirs. However, Belfast Storm, with their backs against the wall, kind of need to find an answer. But you guys already said it. I think this draft for Broad is really, really good. And it's going to be a hard one to crack for Belfast. Oh, it
I
is
think we're
the...
very much so going to see in top lane now. Is Olaf going to be able to take down this Cho'Gath in the early game before Cho'Gath gets to 5 billion HP and feels unkillable?
Fair.
Because Cho'Gath did go for the grass build and not the oh hi, I'm gonna run you down, build full movement speed, and have Hail of Blades build.
It's
Well,
also the toy skin, by the way. Just pointing it out. It's the toy skin. We're good.
Oh, true.
Of course.
in that regard, actually, against Olaf, I like I like the Grasp of the Undying. It allows you for harder, more prolonged fights as opposed to the Hail of Blades, where Hail of Blades you just want to get up here, auto, and get out. In this case, like I like that if he started Q, not E, so he doesn't care about shoving in the waves. That's going to cost him hard.
I also feel like he didn't take an ability at first, and then the moment Raider was just walking at him, he had no other choice than to go for a Q. Because if you go E there and you take a trade, you actually give Raider what he wants, which is a lower health bar, so his passive activates, and you can actually run the Cho'Gath down this early into the game. So whilst it is not necessarily that great for contesting waves, I don't even think you can contest a wave against an Olaf this early, because he'll just run you down.
Right. At least not until you have at least 3 levels, and you can get the knock up and the E out, and you can get a fighting chance against the Olaf. It gets really, really hard, especially with the true damage involved. So Olaf is meant to run you down, but if he gets starved in the early game, like that's game pretty much, because you're building Olaf to be your wildcard top lane that's going to absolutely take the balance away from the game. But if you're denied that pressure, you should be smooth. It should be smooth sailing because you're always going to have teleport advantage over the opponent.
It's like people saying, just play safe top. And then if it works, you're ahead. Good for you. Playing safe top, however, against the Volibear isn't necessarily a given. Playing safe jungle, also not necessarily a given.
Ooh, that looks like it's gonna be another first
He
blood.
survives!
Oh, that's crazy.
His Q, okay, so at level 1, at one point, Volibear's Q is on a deceptively high cooldown. That's why he didn't chase that. If he would have chased that, he was dead, pretty much. Pop did good. He stunned as soon as he flashed, as soon as he saw someone flash behind him. Stunned him on the charge. You're going to lose the jungle for it, but at least you're not going to give over 300 gold. And this CS disadvantage that these camps that you're losing, you can just catch it up later.
On
Like
top
with the
of
neutral
that,
camps running in.
Lindsay also flashed.
Did he?
Yeah.
You're right, he did.
He flashed over the wall to
So
get
net
the combo
advantage
off.
over to Broad right now, unless they go for a dive. I don't like diving at Cho'Gath.
Play safe top, by the way.
I don't like diving at Cho'Gath. This is silly.
Well, how silly is it actually? The
They-
flash is
Wow.
coming
they
through.
need
Oh
to
my
have
god!
a way
Oh
to-
my god! That's the
It's
first
literally
blood.
that silly.
That's so stupid. That looked worse than I
100%.
expected.
Okay, so Vader wanted to get the wave in, but Akkers kept tanking it so it couldn't get in. Then Roulette was like, okay, I'm going to start tanking our wave so we can actually get the wave in, because Akkers will drop a lot of HP since there's no minions to help him. But the amount of HP he dropped wasn't as much as Roulette did, and then he just gets outplayed in this... Oh
And the
my
thing is,
god.
Akkers with the Cho'Gath, he has theoretically infinite sustain because his passive heals his mana and his HP. But now he has the blue buff. He doesn't need to care about the mana. He can just pop abilities to continue farming. And look, he's nearly full HP. Could he take tower plates? He could, because Raider doesn't have teleport. Akkers has teleport advantage. Raider lost early game. The top lane is doomed.
Wow.
Do you just rush like Bramblefest at this point? Or
don't
what
need
do you
to.
do against...
He canceled his space.
You're just going full aggressive.
He literally does not need to. He actually killed top lane as well. I didn't catch that actually. I was not looking at the screen. He actually solo killed top lane as well. So that's 2 kills on the Cho'Gath. That's probably going to open up an avenue where he can
Now
go
he has-
Shirelians and he can be happy. He can be just happy because he'll be a valid tank regardless of how cheap your item is going to be, because you're still going to do damage and you're not going to be able to unstick yourself from the Cho'Gath.
And then he has Boots of Swiftness on first buy, so he can like easily
Yeah.
outspace.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
And the undertows aren't going to affect you as hard either
Whoa.
because you don't care about
Look
slows.
at those trades of the Vorpal spikes already, just going hard onto Raider.
And he doesn't care about getting axed in the face because he's got slow
It's
slow resist
flash.
from the Swifties.
The only scenario in which I ever played Cho'Gath is actually an arena, and it works very well with Ryze. So I can imagine what it feels like to play it in lane if it works just as well. But yeah, this is looking really rough. We have both junglers in the area though, so maybe there is a way to maybe kind of find a way to
What,
punish.
one dive wasn't enough? Do you want?
Hey,
do you
hey,
need to,
hey,
do you
I'm
need to hear
just-
this lesson again, old man?
I'm just the devil's advocate, and I'm like, maybe you can try to find something.
Oh,
Is it a
Rise is
good
here. Look, it's a
idea?
triple kill.
I don't know.
In.
He's going forward.
my
They're
God.
looking for it. He's getting
Also
rooted.
shows-
There is some damage coming through. They managed to pick up the shutdown, but Pop manages to stay alive. So that's the good
It
news
also
for Brod
once
here.
again costs you Limsy rotating, so that's 3 stacks and CS over to QQR.
Yep, and waves crashing mid as well. This is a lot of XP and a lot of gold that Limsey's losing in the process here. This isn't terrible for Akers. Yeah, he got ganked, but he couldn't get around to feast someone. I think he was casting his R when he died, and if he would have gone through, someone would have died. Akers would have gotten some HP, and things could have changed because Pop would have had a big bad tank in front of him to actually secure something with him. But if you look at the individual lanes themselves, Limsey is playing a champion that needs this farm and needs these items to actually become a relevant threat. He's already 10 CS behind a QQR. Akers is miles away from Raider because teleport advantage, right? And jungle, well, Pantheon doesn't care that he lost a couple of camps early on because Roulette went up top to die and completely throw away his lead.
I believe that the English saying for a situation like this would be that was a long walk for a small glass of water. But hey, Belfast Storm did something.
What the hell? I'm too German for this. Like, I am way
Yeah,
too
yeah.
German for this stuff.
Have you really never heard that saying? Okay.
Nope.
Maybe I'm
Nope.
making something up because last time I was with Middlecott, I also talked about like what was it? A roughy duffy situation, and apparently that's also not a saying. So hey, I don't know anything about the English language.
I mean,
I'm
honestly, if Middlecott tells you something, I would check twice if that's like something real or just a Middlecott thing. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We can see the Void Grubs now being contested. They're stepping forward. They really want to get Akers again, but Akers manages to stay alive for long enough so that he can make it a
QQR
1-for-1. And now the question is if QQR can actually pick up more. It's a 2-for-2. And now here comes
Overkill.
the support system. Zillion is here, Rakan is here. They find another knock-up. But the follow-up
I
is
think
not
Little
quite
Pants
there.
might be dead.
That cage.
I think
Okay.
I was already wondering why Little Pens took like a small ride, only to then flash still on the heads of Zeta and QQR. Like maybe he was afraid there was a skill shot being thrown at him. But he still hit the charms, I guess.
So basically, this fight was okay for Belfast because they all end the Cho'Gath immediately, take away the feast threat, not allowing him to really do much about anything, and just clear out the biggest threat so far. Because Cho'Gath is a big threat if they're allowed to actually roam around freely. This was a bit of an overextension from Little Pants. That just should have gone back and focused back on the grubs, but the grubs reset and they're going for round 2. The thing is, Brut and Friends have priority, and they have 2 grubs in front of them. If there's no steal from Roulette, they can still get the camp here.
They only need one, and they got it.
They
I
only need
believe.
one. It's 1-1 right now.
Oh.
Here we go
They're
again.
definitely looking for it.
That-
Let's see how it's gonna
Right,
go.
no.
Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
Oh my god, yeah, QQR just stood a bit too far forward there in the river. Caught behind enemy lines.
The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again and hoping that'd be a different result. And in the end, we once again see Belfast Storm win this fight.
Well,
And that's nothing to say considering what we saw earlier on. So maybe Brod and Friends need to take a step back and reevaluate their position, because these chaotic fights actually benefit Belfast Storm tremendously, because if you look at their comp, they have a rundown comp. They want to pressure you. They want to run you down. And if you have no lane to run back to, then you're just a sitting duck. And that's twice that Acker got caught back to back by getting run down by Belfast.
I also feel like this might be the most insecure early game we've seen from Brod today. Like, so far I always felt like they've had it in their hands for most of the early stages of all 3 of the games we've watched. And this is the first time where I feel like they are over-forcing it a little bit, trying a little too hard, and it's biting them.
No, Ackers.
Let's see if the Yak attack can survive this somehow, but it doesn't quite look like it. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, now is the time to stop, guys. Now is the time to take a breath, refocus, reevaluate, because, this is match point. You don't want to throw it away.
Yeah, and top lanes have been such a pivotal role in the success of a match overall. Like if you have a healthy tank, if you have a healthy frontliner, you can do wonders. But goodbye, Limsey. Yeah, that's a good response there from Broad and Friends. And if you have this much focus on the top lane, if they want Cho'Gath to be down that bad, that's okay. We'll take objectives elsewhere. And this is a good call from Broad and Friends. Start creating pressure points elsewhere. If you don't want a 2v2, if you don't want to risk a 2v2 against the Volibear and the Olaf, because let's be real, Olaf is a threat if you give him a fight. Because Ragnarok will not go away until he stops hitting people.
Oh no, Limsey.
Yeah, Limsey is...
Is this a replay or...
No, this seems pretty Oh, Pop kinda maybe made a little mistake, but that's okay because QQR still has a big old comet that still strikes Limsey right in the head. And if you're bullying our top laner, we're bullying your mid laner.
I mean, that's a good deal.
If you're a Blood and Friends fan, then you don't mind that Limsey's doing the same thing on mid lane that Akker's doing on top lane. It balances it out each other, so we can still go on with a very even matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it's still crazy to think that all the action has happened towards the top side of the map. The bot lanes are just chilling.
Just chilling.
They're just thinking, they're looking like, what are you guys doing up there? Like, what is this? And Olaf presses.
Hey, Roulette is top lane. Who would have guessed that?
Q2.
Oh no! Don't do it again. Not again.
It's not looking good.
But now he can turn.
Oh,
off
he
the
did the
tower.
flash again. He did the flash again. He's trying to buy some
my
time.
God.
Maybe he can trade something back. There comes the
No,
turn
he
shot,
did.
but it's just enough. Maybe another one. It's not going to hit. It is going to hit. Okay, no.
Oh, minions.
Maybe
Okay,
Winions.
Winions got him, yeah. Now, this is a little bit of a different turn of events. Akkers does not go for Shurelya's. Akkers goes for the Rocket Belt. And the difference is that a level whatever that they decided to go for the dive, they didn't have the Volibear turret stun. But we do have a gank in the bot lane where Zeta dies with ult up.
That's not good. That's really not good. And I think that's also kind of maybe the issue with the with this bot lane is that yes, Aphelios is definitely a champion that's going to skill check you, but it is also not an easy champion to play.
And Raider's just going to try and juke them.
No.
Oh, happy feet. Damn son. Oh, and he's dead. Point and click.
Good try.
Outplayed.
Good try.
The outplay button was hit.
I just imagine seeing in front of me like both Raider and QQR in that situation, just Raider mashing all the keys on his keyboard to just try and outplay his opponent, sidestep everything, and QQR is just sitting there just pressing one button at a time. And then finishing it with R, like, yep, outplayed.
But we are now back in a game. We're at 15 minutes, or almost 15 minutes. We are very close to even once again.
Tiger with 163 stacks already. That's more than 10 stacks per minute. Also fairly scary. Even though I don't really know what the exact numbers should be on Vigar, since you rarely see the champion in competitive. Would it be like around the same measures as a Smolder or a Victor or a Nasus?
So basically, the way that Veigar stacks, I believe, is all the abilities that he lands on champions stack their AP, and the abilities that kill minions also stack their AP.
Only Baleful Strike that last hits minions, I believe. It's hitting on every ability, and Baleful Strike on last hit. And if he kills or assists a champion, it's +5 instead of +1.
Right. So is it good? I don't know. I know that he can build tank easily and still have a massive impact because he just scales AP like a mad lad. So I would say that at 20 minutes, he should have substantially more AP than your average mid laner mage.
QQR is a big enjoyer of the Rocket Belt as well. Like we've seen it during regular split, and now he's playing it as well together with Acker. So we have 2 Rocket Belts on the same team.
We're now seeing, of course, the red side, Belfast, able to pick up the Herald, which I think is good. It's good for them to be able to open up the map a little bit, but we can see the answer in the cross-map play coming through with, of course, Broad being able to get that tier 1 turret on bot lane. Also important gold going into the bags of their ADC, as they're looking to stay alive after that play, but everything looks fine. So I think if I'm on Broad, I'm actually quite okay with this.
Maybe a really out of context question, but has there been a single game where Belfast Storm actually had the feats of strength? Because I'm just recounting the games we've seen, and I feel like it was brought every single game, even this one.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. The games that I saw, I didn't see game 3 from start to finish, but the games that I did see,
Yeah,
the
they
first
also
two
had it
games
there.
were Broad and Friends that had all the feats. Now Ackers
Oh
is
no,
in a bit
not
of a
again,
pickle.
not again,
Yeah.
not again.
And we need to look at Roulette's build because he is going for the Sundered Sky. Dive going. That's the silence, that's the knockup. But that's just too much damage in the front line there for But it was a good clear. Ackers actually played that well. He saw the dive coming, and he decided to step up to Raider, take the extra damage, but still clear the wave to safeguard the tower, at least for a little bit. Buy enough time for the team to do something else
But in
elsewhere.
the bot lane,
Yeah, exactly.
or
In the
mid
bot lane,
lane.
they get Dragon.
Yeah, they're getting the dragon.
And Kai'Sa just died.
Kai'Sa also died on mid.
Kai'Sa dead is good, but they are getting a second charge out of the Herald here. The cage, of course, will secure the situation. Mid lane turret falls. So I think overall it's fine for Broad. It's not clean. It's not as easy as I would have expected it to look coming in after the draft. But I think Broad are actually very much okay.
Quick replay on what happened on the mid lane. Was it a big outplay from the Aphelios? Yes, big snipe.
Well, what can you do? Now, at this point in time, there's not a massive lead for Broad, but it still is a convincing enough game that it will put Belfast Storm in a relatively uncomfortable position, being behind and them trying to force constantly, but every time they force, they lose so much time that Broad respond elsewhere on the map. They've either responded with towers or with dragons, while BSG are just trying to keep Ackers down. Will this work? Because, truth be told, Ackers is the only source of tankiness and damage absorption that Broad and Friends have. Nobody responds. Great question. Great conversation, guys. I love you all. Yeah, oh, yes, well, yes, and what? What did I say?
Funny part is, I unironically have no idea what you said because my audio went quiet for 5 seconds and then I have to reboot it manually with a button on my keyboard.
That's such a PR way of telling me that you zoned out while I said something.
No,
does that happen
it was legit.
to you many times, or sounds like you have experience with that happening?
It happens a couple times, I guess.
All right. No, I mean I don't know. I think
you don't know what I was saying. That's okay. Go for another thing. It's fine. I don't mind.
I was just I don't know. I feel like Cho'Gath has to become huge in order to also make the life
of what I said.
Make the life of Kai'Sa a lot harder, because I feel like Kai'Sa is still holding on relatively well, and for me, Cho'Gath is one of those champions that if I'm an AD carry and I see that on my map, I'm getting scared and I don't want to play into it because I know I can't kill it. That's what this Cho'Gath has to be in order to have the impact that is necessary for Broad, I think.
There's a couple of champions that probably have that effect. It's Cho'Gath, it's Malphite,
Yo,
and
don't talk to me
Mundo
about
as well.
Sion.
Sion as well, yeah.
It's just unkillable. Why do I play ADC? Why do I keep up with that? It's just
Mundo past level 16 as
Oh,
well.
shut up. No, not Mundo as well.
Mundo's the greatest because he's only not just unkillable, he also just 3-shots you with machine gun Mundo combo.
I hate it.
Oh yeah, no, 700 AD Mundo is the best Mundo.
Ew.
Watch him run you down, you're like, I'm almost killing him, but then you realize that he has a Bloodlord's War Mail, whatever the thing is called, and he has 700 to 800 AD when he's at a third HP, then he pops ultimate, gains more HP.
Yep.
But Olaf flashes over.
Ooh.
Okay,
Oh,
let's see if they
flashing.
can play this fight. For you, fights the
Goodbye.
kill
Really
against
awesome,
Zeta.
Oh, the fight's done.
But now Broad are
Oh
looking to
my
capitalize
God,
off of the
Spark.
double kill, make it a quadra. They are looking for the penta. Make it a penta. Come on, give us a penta in
Get
this
penta.
final. That would be insane.
penta.
Spark has had such an
Get
insane day. They are stalling it. They are looking for it. It's the penta kill for Spark, and they are turning their eyes towards the Atakan.
Game Penta! How can they even throw this Otacon anymore? This is not your average run-of-the-mill Otacon. This is too safe for the Four Nations.
That is crazy, by the way. Like, holy cow. But honestly, what a what a good moment, or like what a great moment for Spark. He has been having such an insane day today. Like, he's been playing so well.
The rice poured into the most insane of Aphelios ults. Like, that must feel so bad as a rice player, knowing that you just enabled the enemy AD carry to take over the fight, even though beforehand there was no giveaways that this could have happened.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Look at him. So happy.
And it all came of a play where Belfast Storm wanted to sneak away the Atakan. Little did they know they were straight on vision.
Yep.
Like, Broad knew every move they were making. All they didn't know was the positioning of Little Pants, but Little Pants' engage was nice, but at the same time there wasn't really anyone close by enough to follow up on it. And then to only end the fight that started so chaotic in a way that Spark just did is insanity. And it also must have cost a lot of the mental processing power of Belfast Storm, because there's no way that they can contest objectives now against the 6-1 of Valios looking towards building that third item already.
It's also like a
But he
decent
came out of
gold
the
lead.
blue.
You mean the blue gun?
No. Literally, the man was doing 1-1. Nobody batted an eye at that Aphelios. He was like, yeah, it's an Aphelios. He's doing things, I guess. It's just a silly little guy. And all of a sudden, brother breaks down a pentakill.
Yep. There you go.
But that's
Off the back of
crazy
a massive engage from Broad, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before we also saw, when we saw the gold graph, that okay, well,
Bye,
that-
roulette.
okay, bye.
Yeah.
He got outplayed.
Well, but Paul-
Vagar press star.
Oh, they might be trying. Never mind. Maybe
Great
another
engage,
knockup coming
great
through. There comes the killer instinct, but he's buying so much time. He
Ackers is so
manages
hungry!
to stay alive. This is ridiculous. That Pantheon is just not dying. They're trying to go for the chase. They are putting down everything they have, every cage. They use the realm
That
warp
was
to
so
make it out,
close.
but Little Pants at least has to fall.
Where is the man supposed to go? He was like, if I go top, they're waiting for me on top. If I go butt, they're waiting for me on butt. So I just emote the confused crab and die with honor. As one should.
And you know what? I respect that.
As you should.
It is an absolute.
Spark is
crazy
getting
game.
a big move boost from Zeta there, trying to run down Raider as well. Normally, I'd be afraid as an AD
Raider.
carry there being an Olaf on the enemy team, but now as Spark, you're just running onto him.
That's crazy. Like
CC immune?
Spark is
I
unleashed
think you guys might
today.
be a little behind on the stream, but I just want to say
Yeah,
that
I
this
am,
is starting
yeah.
to feel like the average Olaf in my solo queue games now. Where
Yeah.
he just gets
Yeah.
no. In his defense, it just gets to a point where you're either running people down or you're not doing your job right. Right?
It feels
and
like
if you
one of
can't
those
do that, like what
champions.
can you do?
It's just high risk, high reward. If you win the early game, you probably like stomp the entire top lane. You have
Oh, for
access
sure.
to you have access to items like Ravenous Hydra to sustain yourself through it as well. And now you're more like utility champion with Stride Breakers, some sustain as well, in the hope you're big enough of a meat shield to soak enough damage so the rest of your team can follow up. But there's like where's your
So-
follow up? Limsy
On-
has difficulty getting into fights.
Yes.
Because he's getting outranged by everyone. And then Fuyu, if he dashes into a fight like just the tiniest bit too deep, he's also just blown to smithereens before he knows it.
On a best case scenario, what the Olaf wants to be is just a guy that has too much damage to be ignored and can't really, get pushed around in fights. So people are going to be running rather than trying to attack you. On an average day, what's going to happen is teams join 2 people at least, and then you're trying to run into them and you run out of targets. They kite you back and you just feel sad about it. and you really can't fight because you don't have enough sustain. That's kind of what's been happening for Raiders so far. But this is BSG with Pop dead, trying to go for Baron.
And
Well-
it was unfortunate timing for Pop to die there.
Yep, they did get the enemy jungler, but Spark is
He's
still
so
legendary.
hungry.
Spark is still looking for all the kills, and he's just able to play it. Also, look at Eckers. He's just trying to chase everyone away. He is at a point where he's just not gonna die. Yes, another shutdown going over. The Realm Warp's not going to be enough in the end. It's the ace, and therefore also the Baron in the bags for Broad.
I just want to
Jesus.
say that Sparks stole Akers' pentakill. He already got one. He got greedy. He wanted the other one, so he stole Akers' penta. Because the first kill came from Akers, okay?
Okay,
Spark
fair,
had no
fair, fair.
reason to take those 3 kills.
Yeah, fair.
Just saying.
Yeah, no, honestly, flame him hard. Chet, you go.
Check the replay if you're doubting me.
Look at Spark's positioning here.
Yeah.
Like, he's just untouched, and there's no one that can touch him, and even if they wanted to, Zeta is next to him, plus 1,000 movement speed, running down the enemy. Like, what are you doing against this? It's like you're playing against a Formula 1 car, and it's just running you over, and there's just nothing you can do against it, because it also has, like, such tire grips, it will just make a U-turn and go back to you again.
Well, I
Hydrogen
did
bomb
watch.
versus coughing baby? No. Formula 1 versus bicycle.
I just watched today's qualifying in Baku, and there were a lot of red flags and a lot of yellow flags. So yes, I'm just gonna. Yeah.
I mean, this game's red flag starting draft, by the way.
Facts. My favorite part in the F1 quali today was when Charles Leclerc crashed in the wall, and someone in the crowd had a sign that says "Ferrari is my red flag." And I love that, but that's very
You're
neat.
still seething from it. I love that.
We don't talk about dating red flags anymore. It's now drafting red flags and Formula 1 red flags. Like,
Yes.
those are the most important ones.
Yes.
Speaking of red flags,
Yes.
Raider,
And
Spark.
another double. That's
Yes.
not- Wait, they have Baron
where's
buff.
the rest of the team? Where's his penta at?
They have Baron buff. They are at a numbers advantage,
Oh
and
my
they are
goodness, it's a
looking to
cho'gath
walk
running
into
you
their
down.
base. They are
away.
looking for it. They will definitely pick up at least one inhibitor, but the question is, will they go further?
No, dude, the game is over.
I don't think
No,
it's just
no.
one inhibitor at this point.
I'm just
Oh,
scared.
It's over.
Broad cannot throw this up the Broad. Broad have finally managed to make it happen. Broad have finally managed to win the UKEL. And in what kind of fashion? They woke up today and they were just the better team. That's just what it was. I'm sorry. They were the better team.
I want the players to like jump into each other's arms, like they're just sitting there.
They're just vibing.
It's just not coming through yet that they've won. Like, come on, guys, you've won the entire tournament. Be happy. Hug each other.
Oh, this is hilarious.
They're just like, yeah, it's okay. It's like we won a solo queue game.
These are just come on.
Oh my god. That is actually hilarious.
That is a crazy chat message.
Oh man. All right. Well, since we don't have sound from the menu, I think it is time for us, at least for us over here on the UKEL mainstream, to call it a day. Any last words from you guys after that convincing win coming through from Broad and Friends? Awesome. Great talks.
I hate being wrong.
Yeah.
I hate being wrong.
Yeah.
And Broad, we're just better.
Yeah. 100%.
That's it.
Yeah.
I hate it, but I don't mind saying when I'm wrong, and I was absolutely wrong. Belfast Storm hyped us up all the way up to the finals, then we get to LAN, and Broad and Friends get... That is good. Broad and Friends got LAN buffed all the way up to stardom here. They had one of the longest runs of all the teams, and yet they made it out on top. They lost a 5 IQ, but they turned it around in a best of 5.
Yeah. Absolutely. What a run for Broad. What a playoffs run. And also, I mean, let's be real. What a heartbreak for Belfast Storm after what have been an insane summer split, right? To not be able to finish it off with winning the finals must sting. However, Broad, they have been looking forward to this for a while now. So, congratulations to them. I think we will, end the stream on our end. But if you want to continue watching and maybe get a glimpse of the interviews, I think there could be a potentially some sound on the UKL2 stream. Anyways, make sure to follow the UKL on socials as well to make sure you stay up to
Pitch for the
date.
jersey now. Pitch for the jersey now.
Yes, the jersey. There's a broad jersey in the making. You can, I think you can still sign up to get one. There is a tweet on Broad's Twitter channel that you can sign up in. So if you want to have a Broad jersey, definitely make sure to check that one out. I have mine already ordered. So if you want to be partner look with me, make sure to order one. Not sure anyone wants that, but you know.
Everyone would want that.
Yeah, 100%. As we can see the trophy lift coming through. Yeah, no, Jeriel is just like, look, the camera's over
It's
here.
an actual cup, but unlike a World Cup or whatever, this is, of course, UKL style, a teacup.
I love it.
The teacup of destiny.
Yay! Awesome. And with that trophy lift, I would say we're calling it a day. Thank you guys so much for joining us for our Wonky Donkey watch party. And I hope you had a good time. And we'll see you next split when the UKL continues. Again, make sure to stay up to date by following all the socials and subscribe to the channel so you're not missing out on the action, or at least follow the channel, you know. You can sub, but you can also just follow. Both is fine. We'll see you next time around. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night.